Tuesday for me. I'm just quickly having something to eat, and then we'll jump in game. Hello, hello. I'm also trying out some different stream settings, so we'll see how much of a disaster this turns out to be. I've switched back to GPU encoding for now, because CPU encoding was causing some issues last time. Hey, Kotu. What's the reason, Gern? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I think as well, a lot of Anglophone countries just have a taboo against it, which doesn't exist in a lot of the world. So that probably doesn't help. So what you're saying is, if you want to murder somebody, feed them horse meat. Understandable. That was a joke. Please don't ban me, Twitch. What did you do, Paula? Oh, nice. Well done. I last time I did something like that, it wasn't with a potato peeler, it was with a fucking piece of steel wool. Without thinking, I went to pull off a piece of like steel wool to tease two pieces apart, and there was one bit that was hanging on, so I hooked my finger through it to try and pry it out. And only then did I remember it was steel wool, not candy floss. And I cut about probably halfway through my fingertip with it. It was a deep enough cut that it didn't actually hurt, which was the scary part. Why are we like this? Well, at least I'm not as bad as my dad, who did cut the end of his finger off, reaching into the dishwasher and trying to grab a knife by the wrong end, because he wasn't looking at what he was doing. That one happened when I was a kid. Mum was already in the hospital. She had to go in for some checkup or something. And so you can imagine the look on her face when me and Dad turn up. I was about 2 or 3 years old at the time, with me grabbing at Dad's hand, trying to look inside his finger, and him with blood all over his hand. And then, of course, he crushed one of his other fingers in an oil rig when he was in his teens. Basically, my family are all idiots. Who would have known? Shocking, I'm sure. Alright, give me a second to set my shit up here. Absolute mess of cables. Because I haven't used any of this for a while. I don't know if it's been that long since this played on the playlist, but it's been a while since I consciously listened to it. It's a good song. It's kind of funny, like, I don't even notice half the songs on the playlist when I'm streaming, because I'm fixated on something else. On the one hand, Joe Strummer was definitely taken too soon, but on the other hand, I almost feel like it was a small mercy that he didn't have to see the shit the world's turned into at this point. Hey, Screaming Cheese! Cheers for the sub! Oh my god, she spells out Poggies. Hey, Lush. Cheese, you have a remarkable talent for figuring out which things the bot can't actually say. Alright, we're nearly ready for DCS. For realsies this time. I just need to unfuck my setup a little. Sorry, Gern, we are definitely doing DCS. Hello? Let me just... That should be fine. If I leave the white balance, it'll sort itself out. Like I said, I changed the stream settings, so this could be an unmitigated disaster. I don't know. I did want to hop on Hilo World and do some flying with Seal and Veritech, but I might hop on there off stream to try it for the first time, just so it's a bit less distracting. I usually like to try out new servers off stream. Otherwise, I can't pay attention to what I'm doing. You guys are too distracting. So we might hop on Ligmas. It looks like Blue are short-handed, so I suppose we could do some Gazelle stuff or something for a little while. Get a haircut? Yeah, I need to. Probably this week or next week. Actually, next week, I think. Should probably also do this before I forget again. Day is it? Tuesday. I'm doing well, Cheese. I'm still in fucking purgatory. Public service purgatory. Waiting to hear back if they want me or not. I might find out by the next election at this rate. Play meme games now? You're now a variety streamer? No. I've always played things other than DCS, just not that often. The main reason I haven't streamed much DCS lately is because I just haven't felt like playing it. Just make sure OBS is actually hooked. Yeah, okay, it has. Which FARP is everyone flying from? 614. Doing some priming on US carrier operations late in World War II. Discovered something mildly amusing. Go on. Share with the class. It's also been a hot minute since I touched this thing, so we'll see how this goes. Right. Let's get rid of the doors.
Copy.
Man, the game is not happy with me right now. I mean, it's still loading in. Syria is a big map, but still. I was gonna say, I can't get Mistrals, can I? No. I was a little worried for a second there. We'll bring it up to 45% fuel, I guess.
Law is a scam. Turbine engines are scientists trying to control your mind.
Hey, Steve. Cheers for the resub. We could... yeah, actually, let's leave it like 45% fuel.
Request refueling.
And then...
Request rearming. Copy.
Special Forces weigh about 300 kilos, I think. Recon are... lighter? 200. We should still be under max takeoff weight, it's just going to be a little sketchy. Oh, I forgot to change my livery as well. Fuck. Most important thing. There we go. Oops. Right.
Copy.
How do I turn this on? Battery. Pump. Did I hit this now? I thought I was supposed to watch for something else coming on. Alternator? No, that doesn't come on yet. Gen doesn't come on yet. No, I do turn that on. Okay, that's alright.
Supporting post-World War II France's colonialization and
Look, I just enjoy flying their helicopters, okay? Okay. Yes. Hello? Why is that? Oh, rotor brake, right. Alternator generator go on. Trimmer and magnetic brake go on. Sand filter should probably go on now before it sucks up all the sand and kills itself. Some master on there, I think. PA. What's PA again? Is that the gyro? Well, the gyro's not on anyway. Oh, autopilot. Dumbass. Of course it's not the gyro. I'll sort that out in a minute. Cool. We'll get some backlighting happening. And then it gets back and right slightly on the cyclic. We're about to find out. I should probably pull the springs off my pedals. There we go. That would have been awkward. Is there anything else we need? I mean, radios, I guess, would be useful. The other one's hiding behind there. I think that's everything we need. I think. I don't know how to set up the nav system, so I'm not going to bother. I don't know how to get the nadir working. I still haven't learnt that yet. I've only had this helicopter for a very short amount of time, and I've mostly been learning to fly it. He says seconds before tipping the thing over on takeoff. Just watch. Should probably also check where we are. That might be a good idea. So we're here. So we want to head northwest. That should give us plenty of targets. Pedro Sanchez lover, thanks for the follow. Yeah, like I said, I have no idea how to turn the Nadir system on, so I'm gonna have to disappoint you. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on. We're pretty heavy, so she's not real happy with us. An F5 airquake time. Might do some F5 later, we'll see. Should probably also check my bindings real quick. Button 7. This is button 7. Oh, right. So it's all on that. That row of smoke in the distance is probably what we want to go for. That'd be about where the front line is. I'm long overdue for another watch of that film. It's been far too many years. This is the Gazelle, which now has an actual flight model. And now I'm realizing just how much dust I've got on my monitor. So I haven't played DCS for a while. Spent the last couple weeks doing my second playthrough, well, finishing my second playthrough of Cyberpunk, so haven't been playing much else. That, a bit of Stalker, bit of Gunner Heat PC. And then the new DLC for it's coming out in September, so we'll see how the cash flow is going, but I probably will get it. And then I'll just pick up from before the point of no return and play through that, I think. I'm looking at getting some more single-player stuff done off-stream, because I've spoken before about how like I don't generally like doing single-player stuff on-stream. It's like distracting for me. But I really want to replay Deus Ex Human Revolution, and I haven't played Mankind Divided yet, so I'll probably try and knock both of those over one after the other, and then I've got Dishonored 1 to replay and Dishonored 2 to play for the first time. So I've got a bunch of things I want to do. Just got to make the time for it. Oh, I forgot to set my main radio. Doesn't really matter. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh my god. I don't know how I survived that. I'm probably very much too heavy to hover in this configuration. Hello? Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. We should not be carrying this much shit. I just broke something really important. There's my tail. Can you tell I don't have much practice flying this thing? Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Hello. I suppose I gotta wait for it to spool down a bit. Okay. So we want a lot less weight than we have now. I was hoping we could get away with it, but apparently not. Okay. We won't bring troops this time anyway, because as we can see, somebody else has done reconnaissance all along that part of the front line. Hang on. Ground crew, door removal.
Copy.
I'm almost tempted to bring one missile only on each side, but that might be cutting it a little too much. We'll cut some fuel as well, since we're going to be pretty close to our FARP.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
The sand filter matters. This thing will brick its engine if you don't have the sand filter and you're on a dusty map.
Refueling complete.
That was actually something they implemented a while ago. They also don't add that much weight, I don't think, so I'm not too worried about it. The troops had quite a lot of weight, though. And I was carrying more fuel than I really needed to. Okay, it's not ready to spool up yet. Hello? Now it is.
Rearming complete.
Okay, so I'm going to want a bit of right pedal. I want to stick back and it's back into the right or to the left. I can't remember. I think it might be left. Yeah, back and left slightly. A little shaky on the takeoff as usual, but a lot better than last time because we're actually not super heavy now. slightly over-talking the engine, it's all good. Funny point was missed. While we wait for DCS Corsair, people mention flying the Corsair around World War II version of Marianas. Well, Invasion of Marianas and Saipan, the Battle of the Philippine Sea, where Hellcat domained, yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the Corsair stuff was ground attack right at the end of the war, rather than shooting fighters as far as I understand it. But yes, the Navy very much liked their Hellcats. They weren't quite so sure about the Corsair. The Marines, on the other hand, quite liked them. Did you get the Striegel? So funny thing about that, I don't actually need to get it. The problem is I can't run it off the Steam install at the moment. So I need to move DCS to a bigger drive, but I need a bigger drive to do that first. So I'm going to have to get a new M2 adapter, a new M2 drive, fuck knows where I'm going to get the money from, and then I'm going to move DCS to that, because at the moment DCS is sharing an M2 with my Windows install, which was, it seemed like a good idea at the time, but it wasn't, because I didn't realise how big DCS was going to grow within the next year, and so when I do that, I'll probably move it from Steam over to standalone. I still prefer the Steam client, just because Steam's a lot quicker and easier and more convenient for me, but standalone actually gives me access to the stuff I'm supposed to have access to, as opposed to Steam where I have to buy things. And while I, you know, wouldn't really care if I had the money to do it, I don't have the money to do it. So if I have access to something, I may as well actually use it. The reason I went ahead and bought this, even though I technically didn't need to, is because I said long ago if they fix this thing, I'd buy it straight away, and I'm a man of my word, or at least I try to be. 23 will come out in 2 weeks, I wish. I wish. Liking the Gazelle? It's alright. It's alright. Hell of a lot better than last time I tried it. So, like, I did fly it during one of the trial events back when they still did those for separate airframes. And it didn't even feel like a helicopter at all, but now it does. Like, this actually feels quite good. So yeah, I like it now. Just get that set up. Of 2TB NVMe and 4TB SSD, now 12 terabytes of space. I've got a 6TB hard drive I need to install still. I haven't got around to it, even though I've had it for months. So I need to do that probably this week or next, although I've been saying that for months. And then I need to get that new NVMe. Is that a MiG-15? No, it's a MiG-19. Pair of MiG-19s. Oh shit. Don't think they saw me. Somehow. We'll wash off some of that speed a little earlier, so we're not doing it in a bit of a rush as we hit the front line. Because that's what generally gets me killed, is trying to dump too much speed too quickly in a helicopter. The auto hover's also a little stanky at the moment, so that's going to make my life a little more difficult, but we'll try it. It's definitely red. Looks like it's destroyed already though, or at least partially destroyed. So we'll push a little closer and see what we can see. Hey Koi. Do a flip we already did, unintentionally. Not sure about that one. There was something else just on the other side of that town. Might be worth looking at. Don't have one, unfortunately. Or should I say fortunately? Just on the other side of this town, so I don't want to get too close. I'm not sure the actual auto hover system is doing much here, to be fair. At least I think I saw one on the other side of town. Maybe not. Well, we'll get rid of the auto hover, we'll jump back into pilot seat, because I think I do see something further over there. Ooh, there's troops there on the other hand. Or a pilot. Something. Now, we don't want to make ourselves overweight again, but I am curious as to what that is. And he isn't shooting at us, so kind of tempted to go say hello. Yeah, I'd say that's all dead. Someone else has hit it first. was nearly VRS there. It's funny, this thing's so light and small and supposed to be pretty simple and easy to fly. I have a much harder time landing this than landing the Hind. You gonna jump in? You don't look very friendly. Be pretty funny if there was a red reconnaissance heli chilling out somewhere nearby. I should probably get rid of the... I do open it pretty often, so sometimes I turn the little notification symbol off altogether, but especially when I'm flying this thing, I'm so focused on what I'm doing, I don't really notice it as much. If I can't pick him up, we'll just knock his head off with one of the skids, I guess. Oh no, picked up one CSAR troop, okay. Maybe that was one of our pilots then. Where was that other group of units we saw? It was over here somewhere, I think. Might hook left and just follow the ridge line. Right there. Looks like that one's dead too. Someone's beating us to all the targets. It's a squad. Oh, they're all infantry. Someone's been dropping infantry all along here. Shit. No wonder everything's all blown up. I guess we'll go the other way. Keep an eye on my fuel as well, because we didn't bring that much this time. Got the right soundtrack for flying with this livery. Welcome back. There totally wasn't a crash already. There's a group of units just there, but I don't know whose side they're on. They look like they've been hit as well. That Huey that was at the FARP with us has probably been just dumping troops along this entire sector. It's witnessed a landslide. Oh shit. Not a big one, I hope. Yeah, it has a flight model. It has a flight model, and also the L version is now cool periscope boy instead of TV boy. There's a bunch of other stuff too. But mainly the flight model being a thing now. I think multi-crew actually works somewhat now as well, instead of being super janky and requiring you to do like a fucking Lovecraftian summoning ritual to get it to behave itself. But I can't attest to that personally, it's only what I've heard from friends. Let's head this way, see what we can see. The Mistral's quite cool now as well. The missiles actually behave like Mistrals, like they poop out the fucking end cap and then go plop, whoosh. They kind of just fall out the tube and then the motor ignites. It's like a cold launch system or something. Alright, he's damaged, so somebody's already fucked that group up. Somebody's already fucked that group up. Jesus Christ, man. This might be a good spot to hover, and we'll just glass all of these with the periscope and see if there's anything still up. Oh, actually, those might be ours. Never mind. Maybe we won't do that. These should be enemy. But same. We'll hover here for a second, glass that. Let's see what's going on. No VRS, please. Okay, they're all dead. Reasonably sure they're all dead. Come on, man. Incredibly bad at hovering in this thing. Let me just cycle the auto hover. I don't think it's going to help any. Certainly, the auto hover itself is the issue here, but those look dead. That should be the group to the right. Fucking thumbstick in this is kind of janky. Oh, there's a pilot or something there, and we just got buzzed. Not sure I even want to know what by. Whoop! Something angry. Alright, you know what? Let's just get this CSAR pilot back, and we'll leave the blowing stuff up to somebody that knows what they're doing. How about that? Did you get the Black Shark 3? No, for the same reason I didn't get the F-15. I don't actually need to get it, I just need to reinstall DCS. But I don't have enough room to install them anyway, so I need to move it over first. Fucking L-39, Jesus. I don't actually remember where he's at the FARP was either, other than at the foot of one of these mountains. I think it's like over there, but we'll tend towards An Nazaria. Try and drag him into the SAMs. Oh no, the FARP's marked there, it's off my nose. I forgot they were marked by little white circles. See him. Got an intermittent warning for something, probably something important. Jesus Christ. That was a missile. Nope, those are rockets, in fact. Fucking hell. Now I got a Su-25 up my ass as well. This is fine. Jesus Christ. Entire Red Air Force is out for me. Yeah, it takes a little getting used to. It feels like it needs more pedal input than the Soviet helis.
This is fine.
Yes, this is fine. Should probably get some more altitude since old mate's using rockets. Fuel warning? Yeah, it probably is, actually. Because we didn't take off with a whole lot, which is a good thing, otherwise we'd really be struggling right now. So I want to go just on the left side of this ridge line in front of me. Now, one issue is I don't think the FARPs have anti-air defenses anymore, because people kept crying that they get shot down every time they overfly an enemy FARP. I could be wrong on that, but the last few times I overflew one, I didn't get shot at, so I don't know if I'm going to have any sort of cover at all while I'm trying to land. And as we have seen, I struggled to land this at the best of times. No FARP defenses? Server's gone fucking easy mode, man. R3R got removed too. Fuck off! People wonder why I don't fucking play anymore. Which server is this? Ligma's. ECW. Skill issue central, from the sounds of things. I know the R3R has this, well, not the R3R, I know the MiG-21 has this fun new bug it picked up in the last patch or two that I think only got figured out recently, where the radar's not giving any warnings on multiplayer servers, even though it doesn't, or like on dedicated servers, even though it does on others. So, like, that's one thing, I guess, but still, they've been campaigning to remove the R3R even before that bug was an issue, so I don't know, it feels like every time there's something actually challenging on this server, some shithead whines and gets it removed. It's part of the reason I stopped playing. No FARP defenses is such a stupid change. I have no idea why they made that change. Like, beyond stupid. Even if people are whining, oh, it's shooting missiles at me, I'm trying to attack the front line. Fucking just give it give it artillery then. Just give it something. Hey, Yogurt. I'm good. What map? Syria. I don't know, man. Like, if I was going to run a server, the last thing I'd be doing is catering to people whining about difficulty. If somebody told me this is too hard, remove it, I'd just add more of what they're complaining against. People who don't want to learn and don't want to, like, improve their skill shouldn't be playing DCS. They should go play something else. I don't give a fuck if I'm gatekeeping. I'm right. If you want an easy mode, low threat environment, go play fucking War Thunder or something. I don't even know if we can offload the CSAR pilot here. Oh, we can. Can't unload here. No, we can't. Shit. Can I maybe top up my fuel quickly and then run to the airfield? Ideally without getting shot. Hey, Erhard. It is winter here. Middle of winter. Hogget training, learning to fly, that's what it's there for. But people come onto actual, like, PvP servers and think that they should be able to learn to fly on a fucking PvP server. Like, come on, man. I'd be surprised if I got a fuel leak after taking those hits. Okay, to get to Nazaria, it's 234 for 28. Are they actually refueling me? No, they're not. Fuck it, we'll just go with what fuel we have. I don't know if we've got enough fuel to make it, but we'll try. Oh shit, hey Zinc. Cheers for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're busy getting molested by about 3 different jets. Because the shitters all whined about FARP defenses being unfair and OP, so now FARPs are totally undefended. So that's cool and fun. L39 has got it in for me hard. I'm actually surprised he hasn't killed me yet. He's hit me enough times. Hello, welcome to hell. So I was hoping to top off my fuel so we can make a run for the nearest friendly airbase, but I don't know if we're going to have enough fuel, and I don't know if we're going to get it there before this guy kills us. Only one way to find out. How's the new Gazelle? I like it. It's good. It actually feels like a helicopter now. How it should. Yeah, they totally reworked the flight model and a bunch of other things. They gave the L version a periscope instead of the Vivienne. The Mistral version's now AI only, because the L carries the Mistral now. or it can carry it. It can't in this server. It's a pretty big rework. It came out, what, about I want to say a month, 2 months ago. So it's fairly recent. Is that L-39 still here? He probably is. That's probably the airbase where that smoke is, or near that smoke, so we'll head for that. Stow this, we're not going to be killing anything anytime soon, not in this state. Yeah, it's a free update. Suppose we could repair this, maybe, and then grab the rockets and guns and go harass their helicopters. It's a little easier than using the HOTS as a single player. If I had somebody to crew with me, I'd stick with the HOTS, because then I could focus on flying and hovering while they focus on the missiles, or vice versa, but when I'm just one-manning it, it's a little hard to do. Please, please. Oh shit, they took it. They captured the sector. Shit, fuck. We're gonna die. We definitely don't have enough fuel. And there's a Su-25 as well. We definitely do not have enough fuel to get to the nearest actual blue airbase. Oh my god, there's a guy over there as well. We can't pick him up, there's no point anyway, because we don't have enough fuel. But he's also right next to a fucking target, so we'll get murdered if we go near it. What a new 1440p monitor, RX 6800, nice. Altamira is our closest now, there's no way I'll reach that. Fucking 35Ks. 206 to 35. Ugh. He's fucking shooting rockets at me again. Go away, please! Leave me alone, I didn't sign up for this. That's what they're trying to do, Polar.
At one point, they will chase you into a sand.
There's one right over there at Nazaria, which is the airbase I was going to try and land at. I'm actually surprised none of them have flown into me yet. Tends to be what happens when people try to gun gazelles, is they'll overcook it and fly into them. Me included. L-39's back. Leave me alone, dude. It doesn't seem too laggy to me at the moment. How's the stream output, by the way? Is it smooth? Because I switched back to video encoding, so I'm hoping it's not stuttering. I can't actually see, because chat's on my second monitor at the moment. Able to emergency jet your stores? I don't know, and being that it's a helicopter, drag isn't really a concern here, honestly. It's not going to matter. I think he pruned one of my rotors. Generally not a good thing when the helicopter starts shaking like this. Actually, it might just be because I'm getting a bit fast, I'm not sure. Could be either or. Yep. Yeah, they really want me dead. Which is funny, because I'm going to run out of fuel pretty soon anyway. They don't even really need to shoot at me. I'm not even sure if I can remember what my bind to shoot missiles as pilot is. Yeah, they're not gonna... That's fine. Weight is what would actually be useful to get rid of, more so than drag, but yeah, it doesn't really matter anyway. I think we're pretty much screwed regardless. That was it. That was it. They finally got me. That took a surprisingly long time. I mean, if they've got a GCI, there's not much point me trying to harass their helicopters, because their GCI is just going to call me out for them. We're outnumbered 2-1. At the same time, if I get in a fighter or something, I'm going to be ganged up on as well, because GCI. I don't know. Seems like just my luck. Every time I get on this server, I end up on the team that's outnumbered 2 or 3 or 4-1. Why not? Why not? Let me just put the spring back on my pedals. And we can stick with the theme, livery-wise. Because Because one of my favorite liveries to fly in this thing is the JRV ones. Just got to remember which ones actually work and which ones have fucked up rough mets. These are the ones that work. I don't think we need external tanks. We should be fine with what we got. Right.
Copy.
Let's see if I can remember how to start this thing.
Copy.
Whoop. Let's wait for them to hook up the ground power before we actually try and start it. That works. Oh, I can double that. Oh,
Rearming complete.
that's a revelation. Okay. That should work in the Skyhawk too then.
Ground power is now on.
Am I missing something? I was. Lights can stay off, instrument lights can go on. Right. Peter Heat is over there. I shouldn't really turn that on until I'm ready to get airborne because I don't want to burn it out, but eh. Whoops. Reset that. Don't need to worry about any of that. Go all guns. Flip that on in a minute. Let me figure out what was that. Oh, that's for rockets. Don't need to worry about any of that. I'll set the site up in a minute. Normal. Okay, that doesn't actually seem to do much at the moment. Alright. Do we have an actual navigation beacon here? 116. 342. Okay, we'll go for 342 and 264. I think that should be about it. have it on, but turn it down a bit. Okay. Just leave it open a crack while we taxi. Actually, no, I'd better close it all the way or I'll fucking take off with it partway open. Yeah, it's the same as the Arc 5 and the Soviet jets, because it's literally the same thing. The Soviets just took the Arc 5 and went, this is pretty cool. What if we copied it? That is one of actually the things the Soviets did copy, was the Arc 5. Because they figured, why not? Call that about good for takeoff flat. I've got to remember range sweep, set it to like medium. We'll leave it caged on takeoff, because if you uncage a sight during taxi, takeoff or landing, you could damage the gyro. Don't think DCS simulates that, but in real life you would never uncage it on the ground like that, unless you had the aircraft stationary, you were doing it for test purposes. Trying to figure out which end of the runway we're at. I think this is the end on the left, like the near end on the left. We really need the ability to have 3 factions in DCS multiplayer missions, so we can actually have like Yugoslavia versus NATO and the Warsaw Pact simultaneously. Or we can have like Finland defending their airspace from both sides, stuff like that. That'd be really cool. Because we've got a bunch of different aircraft the Yugoslavs used already in DCS. This for one, MiG-21 for another. Mosquito, Spitfire. And when the Draken comes, whenever that ends up being, sometime before the heat depth of the universe, I should hope, we'll have the Finnish Air Force with the MiG-21 and the Draken flying alongside each other. More than 10 FPS. I usually, like, on this PC, I usually get pretty decent frames unless I'm having issues with OBS. Like, off-stream, I rarely have performance issues in DCS. It's always on-stream, and it's always because OBS is fighting with the game. I should probably set up the EWR system, shouldn't I? There you are. Wow, I wonder why my takeoff roll is so long. Could it be because someone forgot to retract their air brake? Do that every fucking time. Right, there we go. 041. Oh, we got a Mirage F1 coming our way. The Mirages still have their radar missiles, right? I mean, stupid question, of course they do. It's only the punished MiG-21 players who lose theirs. So does the CE not have the fucking torpedo even? I mean, I know it has the IR torpedo, I guess, which is also all aspect, but... Really interesting. The complainers really have been busy on both sides, haven't they? Or actually, no, the fucking CE's red on... No, it's still blue on Caucasus, isn't it? Yeah. So complainers on both sides, I guess, because I know that some of the new red players are as whiny as the fucking blues are. Okay. Guns should be good to go. I need to watch this film again too. Verified 0. Oh, looks like either he just got nuked or someone got nuked by him. And this is where I hide the chat tab, because now it's going to get distracting. .063 for 19.8. Oh, he's still up. He's on the deck too. The MiG-15 scares me, because I struggle to fight sabres in the MiG-15 and MiG-15s in the sabre. They're so evenly matched that really it comes down to pilot skill, and I'm not actually that good. But if I come up against any of the supersonics in this thing, I'm pretty much laughing until they, you know, get a missile off at me. Or they just decide to run away. If they try and commit and turn with me, they die. There's a fucking Vario in this thing. Oh. Just right of the stick under the gyro. That's a MiG-15, isn't it? I swear I just saw MiG-15 Biss as the highest guy. Tempting. Tempting. Yeah, that's him. What a Chad. 6.5 for 11.4. The MiG-19 wants a fight, but this guy's gonna dive on me if I do it. 0.64, 4.8, 12.4. Yeah, he's my closest, although I don't see him yet. MiG-15's gonna drop on me. .295. We should be merged. We are merged. That was a missile trail for me. Hello. There they both are. Be funny if I coaxed one of them into a team kill. That's the 19. Oh, there was an F5 there. Oh, okay. So easy to... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck! It's all go here. So easy to over-G in the sabre and black yourself out. That's a 21. Are you gonna turn or are you gonna extend? He's gonna turn. I'm just a little worried that 15's probably still lurking around. This guy might be bait. I can't remember what my cage button is. Oh, that's it. Serious? Bro. Yep, he was bait. Rise, I'm lining up for a shot. Shit. Just about lost sight of him. This is less than ideal. Yeah. Them having a GCI is going to make this basically impossible for me to get anything done, I'm going to be honest with you. We'll try, but... the problem is when one team has a GCI and the other doesn't, you just get dogpiled. And especially if you're flying without a wingman, which tends to be the case because people in DCS are allergic to flying together, it can get pretty frustrating.
Request rearming. Copy.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
Copy.
Shit.
Turn on the ground power.
I was going to start the timer probably.
Copy. Rearming complete. Ground power is now on.
Hang on. Hot started it. There we go. All 5 buttons are saber needs, yeah. True enough. Important switch, pitot heat. Always tucked away in the most annoying place. On this and the MiG-15, it's tucked away behind the canopy, or behind the cockpit structure where you don't think to look for it. And it's only when you realize you don't have any accurate airspeed information you go, oh, oops, I forgot something really important while I was on the ground. It happens to me more often than I'd like to admit. We'll set wingspan for about 35 feet. Probably should have set that last time. Oh well. Reset the hide system. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I think I'm good. Flip that back to battery. Set this up, so that's that. What did we say it was? 342? It's 340, and we'll call that 342. We'll turn the light on, because why not? We'll turn the volume down so we can just still faintly hear it, because it makes me feel safer. It's like the MiG-21's SPO. I need some quiet beeping happening regularly in the background, or I feel like something is about to go horribly wrong. Okay. Oh. This time, let's not make the ground crew angry.
Chief, turn off the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now off.
Okay. Let's make sure that's locked properly. Gun heat? Oh, you're right. Yeah, gun heat. Right there. Thank you for reminding me about that, Sabre. I did not remember it. I did remember to pull the air brake in this time. There we go. Getting close to gold now, so visibility is going to be, I mean, it already was sketch last flight. I had trouble spotting them, but it's going to be even worse as the sun gets lower in the sky, which is a good thing. I like a bit of a challenge. To a point. Half flaps, good call. Half flaps. I forget, this doesn't actually have a flap indicator, does it? You just have to eyeball it. And when you can't see the top surface of the flap anymore, that's about half. At least that's how I recall it being. Tila, yeah. I just realised this thing starts with its parking brake off, which is interesting. Most aircraft with the parking brake spawn with it on. Gives you a nice massive flare. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. It's probably going to work more in their favour than mine, though, considering I have the shitty missiles. I should get out of the habit of slamming the throttle forwards when I'm in this thing. It doesn't really punish you the way it should for slapping the throttle forwards. Well, it actually kind of does. I have comp stalled this thing enough times in dogfights, but, like, probably still not quite as aggressive as it should be. Same with the MiG-15. I think the MiG-15 used to compressor stall at one point if you slammed the throttle around, but it doesn't anymore. It's like one of the many features of DCS that somehow broke one patch and nobody fucking pointed it out and it hasn't been fixed. Surely I don't need to tell the EWR to go. Auto again? I do, apparently, every time I spawn. That's kind of annoying. Let's just climb this time. Get nice and high. Can compressor stall at the sabre? Yes. So it's not the kind of compressor stall you would expect from other aircraft where you can hear the bangs and you see the needle jumping around. What you'll see is the needle will drop to about 70% RPM and it'll just kind of hang there. You won't be able to get it to move. And from memory, the procedure to remedy that is to cut the throttle to flight idle for like 30 seconds or something, maintain airflow through the engine, and it will eventually recover.
Just popping in to make your life worse before going to bed.
Cheers, Anctus. Well, you've been foiled because you've made it better by being here. Thank you very much, and appreciate the resub. Good to see you. Additionally, you can't make it much worse than I'm making it by my terrible flying at the moment. Okay, we'll make sure the guns are actually armed and selected. Keep a bit of power on through the climb. Triangle addiction. Many such cases. God, the Mirage 2000 is so nice now. Only had that happen after being shot. It'll happen more frequently if you're damaged, but the main cause of it is like jockeying the throttle around. I think if you go from like idle to mil power and back a lot, like really rapidly, that'll do it. It's not super common. It's mostly something that happens when you're in a kind of balls to the wall dogfight and you don't even realize you've done it until it's a bit too late, but yeah. Unless that got broken too. The last time I remember having it happen to me was like over 2 years ago, so maybe it's broken as well. Not sure. Yeah, if you get in that position, you're fucked up bad. The last time I got myself in that position, I was trying to dogfight a fucking F-15C on Just Dogfight, so take that for what you will. Life is going through changes. Good ones, I hope. But yeah, I'll see you in armor. It's just an early jet engine. Early jet engines would fucking surge and stall if you looked at them funny. Exhausting things? Yeah, no, I feel that. I'm still waiting to hear back on that fucking job I applied to. It's the public service. They're taking fucking forever. I knew that it would take forever. I just, I'm surprised at exactly how forever it's taking. So, there may be big changes incoming for me as well, but I don't know for sure yet. We'll get some altitude this time. Besides, it looks much nicer from up here. So yeah, like a lot of the first and second generation jet engines, if you went from idle to mil power too quickly, you would straight up set the engine on fire. Like, the The ME-262 was particularly infamous for doing that because, you know, not just early jet engine, but also wartime German metals. German metallurgy was kind of poo-poo. Even at its best, it was kind of poo-poo. So that was pretty well known in the 262, but even like the MiG-15, the Sabre, were very sensitive on the throttle. Do you know the B-36? Yeah, it's J-47, right? The B-36, I think the Stratojet used the same engines as well. Well, we got a MiG-21 climbing up nice and high to play with us. That should be interesting. And now I remember where my cage button is for the sight. It's the thumb button on my throttle, which is a good place for it, actually. Because the thumb button on my stick is a little... Well, it's a hat on the stick. It's a 5-way hat, so it's not very good for gross motor skill functions in dogfighting. So I prefer to use just a single push button for things like that, where I need to have a reliable push function when I'm, you know, in full-on fucking klutz mode. Now, one of the things with the Sabre is you don't want to be flying it around at full mil all the time in level flight, because it will actually reach transonic, and a couple things will begin happening. You'll start experiencing aileron reversal, which is always fun. And also just the controls in general will stiffen up. Kind of like the MiG-15, but slightly different. The MiG-15 will auger in and try and kill itself. The Sabre just becomes very, very prone to ignoring inputs or doing the opposite of what you want it to. But it won't do it quite as aggressively as the 15, where it's, you know, actively trying to kill itself. And the higher you go, the narrower that margin gets as you get towards Coffin Corner. You can see the yellow and red striped indicator there on the airspeed indicator. That's my uh-oh speed, and you can see I'm already getting kind of close to it. We are contrailing, which is kind of what I want to get their attention. 088, 5 miles, 28,000 feet, so he's probably just below cons. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. And he's supersonic, which means he's gonna kind of have an energy advantage here, but he's also gonna have a little trouble pulling a hard turn. I lost sight of him, because I think he bust through the top of cons. There he is. The main concern now is something else rolling up behind me while I'm dealing with this guy, which is pretty much what happened last time. But I think we're good. This should be the only thing close at the moment. I'm pretty slow though. High altitude gaming, hell yeah. Oh, he's gonna be in the sun by the time I get the nose on him. On the other hand, it's not really the aspect I want. He's going to come across the top. Is he actually turning into me? Yes. Yes, he is. If he'd just like to stay at that altitude where he's very clearly visible to me, that would be nice. Now we start pulling. He's turning into me again. At high altitude, the 21 actually does turn kind of well if you keep its speed up, because it's got all the lift coming off that lovely big delta. Oh, he's getting wobbly, which means he's running out of energy. So now we should be getting the upper hand. And he's diving to rebuild speed, which is just what I want. He knows. He knows. Oh, it's a Pepsi MiG! It's the Pepsi boy! Okay, we're getting a bit fast. We're experiencing some aileron reversal here. Got to start coupling rudder in. See, he's not extending straight. He's making nice wide turns because he knows the AIM-9B is going to struggle to follow that. Especially popping out flares every now and then when he's flying relatively straight to me. This guy knows what he's doing to some degree. It's going to go for the flares. It did. That was well-timed flare burst. See, if he tries to extend away straight, he's at risk of getting hit by a missile. But if he turns too hard, the sabre will wreck him in turns. Yep. Should have probably held on to that missile a little longer, because now he's just going to extend. We've got another contrail coming in as well. Oh. That's my own missile self-destructing, I think. A little bit of stuttering on this guy. Yeah, he knows I'm out of missiles, so he's probably just going to extend away from me. Well played. Another MiG-21 coming in high. Problem is now this guy's... He knows I'm out of missiles. He's probably just going to wait for me to pull off him and climb after me. Is that a North Korean helmet? No, Yugoslav. The Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia was a major export customer for the F-86. They ran a pretty impressive mix of Eastern and Western equipment throughout the Cold War. Because they led the non-aligned movement, and Tito was god tier at diplomacy and played both sides for equipment and influence, while also leading the non-aligned movement. He was honestly pretty based. Unfortunately, he didn't set himself up with a good, reliable successor, and so after he died, everything went to shit within 10 years. Lost sight of him already. We'll just... Oh, there he is. I was going to say, we'll just not fly straight, because the second guy's probably saddling in behind me at the moment, and I think they have R60 still, even though they don't have their R3Rs anymore. This guy might be dumb enough to turn with me. The issue is just that the other one's going to see the opportunity and roll in behind. Oh yeah, he's getting a little wobbly. He's getting wobbly. This one ain't too bright. Oh, I'm not too bright, as it turns out. Please still be pointing upwards. Please still be pointing upwards. Please still be pointing upwards. Please don't trigger my tinnitus. Okay, that's... Oh! The second guy got me. Well, we're 0 for 2 at the moment. But at least I'm enjoying flying a sabre again. I really should fly this thing more often. It's a really nice jet. The issue is just that your 2 missiles are crap missiles, and so once they're gone, people just extend away from you. At least you have the missiles. The MiG-15 is very similar in that, like, it gets frustrating when people start extending away, but the MiG-15 has the added problem that it has no missiles to begin with. It has very little ammo, and its guns are quite, well, they fire softballs, put it that way. Like, they lob their rounds. So the MiG-15 is a lot more frustrating, in my opinion. but it's also very rewarding when it works. Like the sabre, it's very, very rewarding when it works.
Rearming complete.
Oh, I accidentally moved the throttle too far forwards. So, what I'm doing here is I'm using my... Ah! Okay, I see. So I don't want to move it over the hump. I want to get it close to the hump. We'll just cut it for now because I hot started it. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use my idle cutoff I've got set up to actually do this. But because the Sabre has this weird two-stage system that a lot of the American jets have, I've got to finesse it a bit. There we go. I think you don't need to hold the switch either. You can just get it started and then it goes from there. There we go. Oh shit, no. Fuck. Fuck. Come on. There we go. It sits, look where it sits when it's in flight idle. Or ground idle even. Like all the way up there is idle. It's pretty interesting. Red outnumbered blue 2-1 when I got on, which is why I'm flying blue. I abhor a team stack. I will not contribute to a team stack unless somebody really pisses me off. That should be everything. I'll close the canopy as I go to take off. Half flap-ish. Close enough. Span set. Set the radar so it's not all the way out to maximum range. It doesn't matter at high altitude, but when you're near the ground, you see how the red light's blinking on and off? That's because of ranging radars getting ground clutter. It's kind of bamboozling itself. So when you're flying low, you want to wind the range back on the radar rangefinder, or wind the range gate back. At high altitude, you wind it all the way out. There's a black cockpit mod for Sabre for historically accurate Yugo Sabre. Probably should. There's also so I tend to fly either the Yugo Sabre, the RAAF Sabre, the CAC Sabre, which I wish we had. That would be a Sabre with a better engine and a fucking pair of 30 mils. Oh. And also the RCAF ones. Those are the ones I use most often. I do use some of the US Air Force ones occasionally. But, you know, I like having the US Air Force liveries to see other people flying them, but you know me. I like to fly the hipster planes, the non-US ones that nobody else picks. So I think that what I'm using at the moment, I don't know if this is the default, I think this is the default, but I also have one which is like a paler bluish grey, which is the colour that the Canadian Sabres used after a certain point. They were originally black, I think, and then they changed the colour. I think the Yugoslav Sabres were actually Canadian built, from memory. So one of the things I got to do while I was down in Melbourne earlier this year, I'm going back at the end of the, well, not the end of the year, in a couple months actually, so I'll get to catch up on a few of the things I didn't get to do last time. But one of the things I did was I went to the Moorabbin Museum. Me, Harry, and Leah, Harry's partner, went, and I got to sit in a Sabre. in a CAC sabre. Boy, this thing's fucking roomy. Like, holy shit, it's fucking roomy. You don't really realize it unless you've got VR, I guess, until you sit in it, but it's big. Like, forget the P-51, this is the real Cadillac of the sky. It feels like one, it's that spacious inside. Like, the sidewalls of the cockpit, you've got tons of room, tons of elbow room. I unfortunately missed my chance to sit in the MiG-21 cockpit. I just got to sort of walk around and stick my head up against the perspex. And even just from the outside looking in, I can tell that thing would be a tight fit for me. The Hawker Hunter's similar, it's very, very small cockpit. So I got to sit in a CAC Sabre, a Fairy Firefly, which is one of the planes I've always had a soft spot for since I was a kid, the Firefly Mark V. I got to sit in that, which was really cool. What else was there? A couple other things. Vintage 737, which was a bit of a nostalgia trip for me, because, you know, it was still set up the way a lot of 737s were when I was a kid, and I used to get to sit up front in them while they were flying. Still had all the old steam gauges and everything. Like a really dodgy little early generation GPS kind of cludged in where it would fit. But yeah, the Sabre was surprisingly roomy. The Firefly was the opposite. The Firefly was really quite cramped for such a large aircraft, large being relative. The other thing which I got a sharp reminder of is why these aircraft in their pilot's manuals had like a couple pages worth of illustrations showing you how to get in and out of the aircraft without doing it back in, because I nearly injured myself getting into and out of the Firefly in particular. I mean, because it's a museum piece, you want to be very careful where you tread, so I guess, like, you're being a little more cautious than you would be in wartime, but yeah, like, it was an interesting experience. I just about fucked my already bad knee trying to get in and out of it without breaking anything. The other thing I was surprised by, and mind you, this is probably just because the seat was set to a particular setting and I didn't know how to change the height on it. My eye line was barely level with the gun sight in the Firefly. I felt really like this. The Firefly being a carrier aircraft, obviously it would have... I think I forgot to put my air brakes again. Yes, I did. It would have an adjustable seat, which you would raise and lower for takeoff and landing, but I was surprised just how much you kind of sink down in that thing's cockpit. I didn't get to sit in the media. I could have sat in the media, but it was like fucking 38, 39 degrees or something outside, and it was in full sun, and the cockpit was painted black, so I didn't feel like setting my arse on fire by trying to sit in it. Can you do me a favor real quick and show me what the binding is called for the throttle, ignition, and idle? They're hiding it. Let me just get this thing established kind of in a stable climb. Throttle, start engine, and stop engine. Its start engine is the same bind for both idle and start, like ignition and idle. Same as in the other US stuff where you double tap home. Yeah, it's a nice one, hey. It's interesting on my second playthrough. I think I chose generally the same dialogue options with Johnny, maybe one or two different ones, but I felt a lot more like Johnny and I were, like, getting along more. I don't know, he just felt much more relatable as a character this time around. It also helps that, you know, he said, oh, you know, if I had to pick a favourite one of our songs, it'd be Never Fade Away. I'm like, hey, that's my favourite one too. But I really enjoyed my second playthrough. The game's still riddled with bugs. I was surprised just how buggy it still is, but kind of expected given the circumstances of its development, to be honest, and the scale of the game. But they weren't as severe as my first playthrough. Certainly they were nowhere near as severe as my first playthrough. So they have fixed a lot of things, but there's still a lot of things that need fixing. And I found that more of my complaints this time are coming from game design issues than bugs. I made myself a little list of things. Maybe I know I keep saying this like every second stream. I'll talk through it and we'll discuss the game design of Cyberpunk, but I keep forgetting. Maybe I will one day. Or I'll talk about it in the Discord or something. I think I did go on an extended rant about it in the Discord at one point recently. Overall, though, I enjoy the game for what it is. I am one of these people that my ability to get hyped for games and you know, watch upcoming releases and pay attention to E3 while it was still happening, that got killed by Red Orchestra 2. Red Orchestra 2's development basically sucked my will to live, as far as gaming is concerned, out of me. And so I now have a habit of, I'll see an announced trailer and be like, oh, that looks cool, I'll have to remember that's happening, and then I won't remember that's happening until it releases. That's basically what happened with Cyberpunk. I saw the announced trailer, I was dimly aware of it for a while, and then I didn't watch any of the following trailers, and didn't pay attention to the news about it, didn't do anything like that. And then I actually was reminded it existed when people were like, oh my god, Cyberpunk's delayed again, what the fuck, this is bullshit. I was like, oh yeah, that's that one game, right? I was actually kind of interested in that, I should see how it's going. And so my first playthrough happened I want to say like 6 months or more after release. It wasn't at release, and so while it was still riddled with bugs, like holy shit it was riddled with bugs, it wasn't quite as bad as it could have been. And then my second playthrough was I just finished it like a week or two ago. And it had been almost 2 years to the day since I finished my first playthrough, which was interesting and completely unintentional. So I know that the new DLC is coming out pretty soon. I'm probably just going to take my second playthrough character from the Point of No Return and play through that, and then run through the ending again. And I think I'll use my first playthrough character to get a couple of the different endings I haven't got yet. I know what the endings are. I've watched videos of a few and read through what they are, just because I was curious and didn't feel like replaying the game that many times in full, but also didn't feel like taking established characters I'd played and fucking with their endings, which is probably very irrational and autistic of me, but it is what it is. Like, once I have a character play through the game and find an ending for them, I like to stick with that ending. It just kind of makes sense to me. And I just remembered I need to... Good song. Kind of relevant, given recent events. Except Thresher was actually a properly designed submarine. She just sank past a crush depth because of an honestly, understandably not realized design flaw of the Permit class. Well, the Thresher class, as it was called while she was still in service. One of the interesting little counterintuitive things about US sub-design versus Soviet sub-design. The Soviets had a lot of reactor accidents because they had a relatively blasé attitude towards reactor safety compared to the US. The US were, like, full-blown OCD about reactor safety. But Soviet subs were more survivable in the sense that they were harder to sink. They had a lot more watertight compartments, there was a lot more redundancy in their systems. I think the accepted reason Thresher and Scorpion both sank and never surfaced, like they just went straight to the bottom, never seen or heard from, until they found Thresher anyway, is the blow valves for the ballast tank, because they only had a single ballast tank, main ballast tank, which is a belt around the center of the sub. Soviet subs typically had 2 or 3, front, middle, back, because they had so many watertight compartments and they tended to be quite long. Thresher class had 1, and I think what they established is that the blow valve for the main ballast tank actually iced up and so the air pressure wasn't sufficient to dislodge the ice, and so they couldn't blow their main ballast, and they just kept sinking. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, Cathorius, for sure. He had an interesting legacy. It's also funny because it's one of those things where people think, you know, oh, commies build everything to a certain standard. There's no divergence of design or initiative or anything. And the nuclear submarine arena is, well, submarine arena in general is the complete opposite. The US had multiple builders, but they were all beholden to naval designs. Like the Navy architects had designed the subs, and then the constructors would just build what they were told. The Soviets had multiple extremely competitive OKBs. When I say extremely competitive, I mean like they were engaging in what we would call corporate espionage against each other, even though they were in a command economy socialist nation. That's how competitive they were, and they all had different specializations. So the Soviets would often have a couple of sub-designs in service at the same time that were meant to do roughly the same thing, and were completely different. Which is something that ended up happening a lot with the Soviet military-industrial complex. You could see it in their tanks as well. Particularly by the time the 70s and 80s roll around, you have them producing 3 different MBT designs simultaneously, and all 3 are in service at the same time. I should have been paying more attention. What even was that? Was that a... Oh, I got intercepted. Less talking, more flying. I'm so used to having the audio warning from Overlord. It's going to take some getting used to the EWR system. On Tempest, it's not as big of an issue because I commit to fights much further away. But here, it's like, if I don't have that audio merge call, I'm off with the pixies. Let's get the power plugged in first. I feel like the server's going to restart soon as well, because I know that a while ago Ligma changed it so that some missions have some nighttime in them, because nighttime is the right time, but I don't know how much darkness we're going to have before the server restarts.
Request rearming.
Copy.
I feel like it's probably not going to be a huge amount. So we probably got 1 or 2 more sorties in before it switches over. That's right, I have that bound on that switch as well. Oxygen on. Let's just get all this set up now. Don't tax it, I'm about to join. I gotcha.
Rearming complete.
I hot started it again. I'm a little clumsy with this. Yeah, I need to wait. I don't think there's any actual penalty for hot starting the Sabre. There is for the Mirage 2000, you blow the engine up. Well, you set it on fire. There we go, now we can start it. We go to idle. There we are. Reset the hides. We're going to have to reset the hides once the engine spools up fully, I think. Not now. Lights on. There we go. So gun heater's on. Just need to flick the thumb switch to get the gun selected, because I've got that bound on the thumb switch on my stick, same as the MiG-21's weapon selector. Anything that should be close to hand like that, like you just take your hand off the stick and reach forward or something like that. Anything I need close to hand and I can't be fussing with in combat, I have bound on HOTAS. But I don't bind everything on HOTAS. Like, I'm not going to bind shit that I'm never going to be using in normal flight on it, because it just doesn't make sense to me. I never understood that sort of thing. Like, with modern jets, yeah, you want a lot of stuff on HOTAS, but in these older jets, I've never understood why people like, oh, I've got to, what should I bind this to, what should I bind this to? Like, just don't, dude. You don't need it. Like, my MiG-21, I have the weapon controls, the radar controls, power switches for the radar, altitude filter for the radar, IFF, lock, drop lock, trim obviously, and the weapon wheel and missile seeker head type. That's it. The gun charges I don't have bound. All the auxiliary systems I don't have bound. I have the emergency air relight bound and the flaps bound and the gear switch. Because obviously I've got a gear, well, not obviously, you can't see it, but I've got a purple button box for the gear handle, so I use the actual gear handle for the gear handle, but I've got another switch bound for the safety interlock on that. It does look familiar. The Huff, your favourite sabre. That's a cool livery. That is a cool livery. I do like as well when like people I fly with have a favourite livery, so I can just look and go, oh yeah, I know who that is. It's part of the reason why my MiG-21 has the white lightning bolts on the wings and the white rudder and tail plane, is so you can tell it's me from a distance. And I did the same thing with like Zach and Seal on their MiGs. They've got that white identifier on the tail as well, so I can tell it's them. Sorry, this isn't auto-connecting? Okay. I'll wait. I've still got to do your MiG-21. Don't worry, Sabre, I haven't forgotten. I've just been really overwhelmed with stuff. But, I got myself Substance Painter. It cost me an arm and a leg to do it, but I did it, because I was like, fuck it, I may as well. It should hopefully make things a little quicker and a little easier. So I should be able to use Substance Painter for that, I think. You might have forgot, but I didn't. Don't worry, I know. You want the Have Glass Grey and the Oklahoma tail code. I think I'll do that one, so I'll do it like full on like F-16 paint, and I might do you another one as well with like the same sort of squadron markings and everything as the rest of us have, so you can choose between the two if you want to fly like, you know, blending in with the rest of the Guards Fighter Regiment, or if you want to fly your F-16 at home. Flaps. What'd be really interesting is an F-86D. Hiramachi was posting some stuff about the radar in that. It's actually a really impressive radar. Hughes, of course. If you're looking at Western avionics in the 50s and they're absolutely based, it's Hughes that made them. But it's a really interesting radar and fire control system. It's quite similar to what the F-102 and F-106 had. It's, well, a direct predecessor of it, so it makes sense. I would quite like an F-86D. Let me just check. I should be on 251, I think. Yes, I am. If you just want to give me a radio check when you're ready, Sabre, and we'll get taxi. Oh, lights. Guess who's going to the US Air Force Museum in a few weeks? Nice. If I get to the US anytime in the foreseeable future, that is right at the top of the list of where I want to go. I don't know that I will, but if. It's interesting. You see the F-86 F-30, which is what we have in DCS. I think it's the F-86F in general is the version with the all-moving tailplane. But you notice how it's like the whole airplane or whole tailplane moves, but it's got the conventional elevator as like a trim tab. It's kind of like the it's kind of like how the reverse of how an airliner works in a way. Airliners and the Skyhawk, for that matter, use the whole tailplane to trim, and then they use the elevator to actually pitch. This is the reverse. It uses the whole thing to pitch, and the elevator, as it were, as a trim tab. Hey Dunk, good to see ya.
Chief, turn off the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now off.
Loud and clear. Check our brakes. Alright, rolling. Interesting that the lighting's flickering on and off behind me. In the mirror. There has been precisely 0 dunking so far going on. I've been the one getting dunked. I had a couple of missile shots on a MiG-21, but it was like an intelligent MiG-21, so he just flared them at the perfect moment. Ain't it great? I am quite rusty, because I don't think I played DCS really at all, pretty much, except for testing stuff, for over a month at this point. I haven't done any flight simming for a while. I played a little bit of Misfizz off-stream a while ago. I played a bit on-stream just recently, but mostly I've been playing other stuff, or just not playing games. As I said earlier, I'm still waiting to find out the job situation, so I've just been kind of taking it easy for a while, treating it as the calm before the storm, as it were. Gun heat's on. Pitot heat is on. Running up. Brakes off. A little bit drunk. Didn't line it up very well. I wish the music bot had a sound check, like a sound check to make sure all the songs are the same volume. drifted across his nose. Feels like there's a little bit of a crosswind. Oh, we got a raid! Hey! Mike Delta, good to see you, man. Cheers to the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I'm trying to shake off the rust and mostly doing so through getting shot with missiles at the moment. It's good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. And hopefully, particularly once daylight savings is back on here, so I'm able to do so at a reasonable time. Hopefully I'll be able to hop on the server more often. Because at the moment, I think it mostly populates at like 3 or 4 AM my time. It's fine. It'll lull them into a false sense of security. F-86 noob, but the gun's prone to jamming without heat? Oh yes, they freeze up at high altitude or on cold days, or both. Same as like when you if you need pitot heat, you need gun heat, basically. Been a little bit, but getting back into missions again. Glad to hear it, man. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of stuff besides DCS lately, so I haven't done a lot of flying. So I'm very rusty at the moment. Been doing a fair bit of gun heat PC lately. I'm really, really enjoying that. Learn out of sky, but oh yeah, they'll do that. Yes, the pain of not having a radar warning receiver. Waiting on a roadway for you to fly over so I can murk you with my soft with. It depends. Is it a half strutter, or is it a dolphin, or is it a camel? Because if it's a camel, it's more likely to murk you. I was always in awe when I used to play Rise of Flight at people who could fly the camel competently, because boy, I could not. I could fly the other Sopwith planes, but, well, not that, and not the Sopwith triplane. Homicidal things they were. 4 missiles at me, not helpful. Yeah, I could see how that would be a problem. I haven't even had the opportunity to trespass any SAM nets yet because I keep getting shot down over our own sector. Red have a GCI and we do not, and I am also oblivious today. This one time I was playing, because me and Harry used to fly together quite often in Rise of Flight. We were flying on one of the multiplayer PvP servers, and there was this madman. Of course it'd be a fucking Russian, because Russian flight simmers are something else entirely. But he was flying around in a camel with 1.5 wings out of, 4, we'll call it, so each, left, right, top, bottom. So he had 1.5 of those, he had about half his tail gone, and his engine was cutting in and out, and he was still, soloing about 3 or 4 different Albies, and coming out on top. It was just wild. He finally ran out of ammo and broke off to go home. And at this point, everyone had stopped shooting at him and was just egging him on. Like, everyone was just kind of flying around in a circle watching him go. It was one of the more memorable Rise of Flight experiences I've had. Yeah, it's good to see you too, man. Good to see you too. I was actually just thinking of you the other day because I was talking to a friend about, how to survive attacking things with the Hind, and I pointed out, because we used to fly against you when you were doing combined arms stuff, we had to develop a few countermeasures to avoid getting tank shells in the face. So hopefully some of those techniques were useful to him as well. They're all pretty low, which is interesting. I don't know if we'll get any action this sortie before the server restarts, but at least it'll be nice flying right around sunset. I really need to kick this habit of looking at the VSI when I'm trimming. It's not the instrument you should be looking at, you should be looking at the altimeter. The VSI will just put you into oscillations because you'll start chasing it. So we're going to make 21 off the nose, but he's quite low. Throttle back a bit so Sabre can keep up easier and so I'm not screwing over my own controls. Got a Mirage F1 CE coming in roughly our sort of neighborhood altitude-wise, but he's still pretty far out. I would like to fight up high if possible, so I can see people, contrails-wise. Especially this time of day, it's quite difficult near the ground. We'll give it a minute. If no one comes up, we might dive down after one of those 21s. Need to stop roll trimming this thing because the reason I need to roll trim is because I'm too fast. We got Su-25, 106 for 28. 106 for 28, Su-25. He's low, but he might be a relatively easy target. The average Su-25 player in here isn't that good. They haven't learnt how to harness that thing's full power level. The Su-25 will solo just about any fighter on this server if you use it right. You've got to jettison your weapons to do it, but she's pretty dangerous, and people underestimate that jet a lot. I think I actually see where he's operating and see some fires or explosions or something over there. We've got MiG-21 closer now. Going to start a descent. Su-25 went down, going for the Mirage F1 114. Climbing back up. No, he got downed, I think. This Mirage is 30,000 feet. He should be a little easier to spot. 129 for 16. He's not quite in cons. It's just below them, I think. 1, 3, 4 for 6. Oh, the 25's back. He's probably line of sight to the radar. Yeah, let's go bully the 25s. See if we can find them. Diving down over the airfield. $104 for 2.2. I'm in a left-hand turn above the airfield. Still no eyes on him. $169 for 0.7. Not much hope of spotting him unless I get him against the sunset. Oh yeah, that's hostile. Shit, I didn't realize. Alright, let's put some distance between us and the airfield then. Putting some distance between me and the airfield. I'm in a left-hand spiral climb just to the southwest of it. Yeah, I didn't realize they'd captured the sector. I got 2 aerial contacts north of the airfield, medium alt. Not sure if one of them's you or not, but I'm going to head for them. Do the sabres lights show up that well at a long distance? Are they moth lights or are they actual realistic lights? I don't see any lights, so I guess those might be hostile. I think these are MiG-19s. They're just above cloud level. About 300 from the airfield. They appear to be orbiting. Catch you later, Mike Delta. Definitely gonna have to catch up in game again soon. I miss our adventures. We've actually got some other people on comms now, which is good. Circus 1-4, tally 2, off the nose, flank right. What's my closure on them? If only I could catch those two up. Seven. Magic Circus 1-4, I'm going to retask on that Su-25. I can't catch these guys. .0407 miles, got it. I'll have to wait for him to pass me so I can see him. Tally. Just have to pray he stays in burner, which he didn't. He's out of burner, I've lost sight of him, but I know he was crossing to my right. Still no joy. Be nice if he lit his burner again. Tally, I think. Yeah, I see him. Is he extending or turning into me? Okay. Yeah. Clever. The question is, did he turn or did he do that and then fake the other direction? He turned, I think. Whoop. Controls locked up for a second there. Was blind again. This is why we need F-8060. Oh, he got behind me. That was pretty much inevitable. I actually wonder when the server will restart. We might have another hour of nighttime, which would be interesting, but it's kind of difficult in the F-86 because you can't see what you're shooting at. We'll give it a minute. We might hop in the F5, then at least we have a radar. So that must have been Psycho I was engaging over before, and Nazaria maybe. Start at 16:15. Okay, so we got 7 minutes. Yeah, oh, 4 minutes. Close enough. I might just make myself a cup of tea while I wait for the server to restart. And then we'll do some more F86 stuff. It should be a little easier when we can see what we're doing. So, I will be back in a few minutes. I don't think they've changed the gun sounds, but I'm not sure. I haven't had an opportunity to fire my guns yet, so I can't tell. I've gotten blown up before I could get to that point. Oh, did they? Okay. Well, I'll have to see if I can survive long enough to use them. I was just grabbing myself a cup of tea and a quick snack, so the server should be restarted by now, and indeed it is. I will grab an F-86 from... Let's go from Damascus still. It gives us just that little bit of extra buffer space to climb up and get some altitude. Alright, give me a moment here to get everything set back up. I've returned. Hello. Okay. We'll get the EWR set to auto. We'll get our ground power on, and we'll get this jet loaded up and ready to go.
Copy. Ground power is now on.
Request
I have a lot of respect for people that main, so to speak, the Sabre or the MiG-15, because it does take a lot of patience and a lot of discipline to do. Otherwise you end up like me, getting shot down repeatedly as people just extend away from you. Like, there's a certain amount of skill involved in figuring out which targets you can and can't go for. And you don't really have the option of disengaging, because everything else is faster than you. We'll start the jet before we start turning systems on, I guess.
Rearming complete.
Yeah, it's a fun jet to fly, and I always feel like I should fly it more when I do get in it, but it's one of those aircraft that just really requires patience, skill, and discipline that I do not have. Oops. We're called about 35 feet. It's probably a little more than we actually want, but whatever. Sally says hi. Hello, Sally. Ground crew, get rid of the ground power before they start yelling at me for dragging it around behind my jet.
Copy.
And let's get the flaps down.
Ground power is now on.
Right about there. We'll close the lid when we get to the runway. Pitot heat, gun heat, weapon selectors ready to go. We just need to flip it once more. Sights set up. ADF set, radio set, IFF, not that it really matters. Highs are reset. We should be good, I hope. Fingers crossed I haven't forgot anything important. Stop paying attention to the computer and start paying attention to me, yeah. Cats do be like that. Give it a little bit of back trim for takeoff as well. Actually, probably not that much. We'll just give it a quick pop forwards. Taxiing like a drunk, as usual. Nozzle steering in the Sabre takes a little getting used to. It feels quite elastic, which is probably actually how it should feel. Nozzle steering in real life feels like it has a bit of a lag to it a lot of the time, because it usually does. It's one of the things that that came up in the whole Misfizz ground handling great debate. Not that many aircraft I've flown in that sim get it right. A couple of them do. It's not a... As I've said before, it's not an issue with the sim's ground physics, it's just that developers don't know how to set it up properly. Many such cases. Well, last year when Heatblur kept saying the F4 will be out by the end of the year, we swear. We've been working on it for a long time now, we swear. Yes, I do remember that. To be fair, they did have a lot more done on it than I thought they did, but yeah. Heatblur timelines.txt. I think that it would be a lot better for everyone, but especially the actual devs, if they just stopped giving estimates for timelines, because they always end up being grossly overconfident, and it just means that they're like scrambling to make a date that was impossible to begin with. They should just stop doing it. Just say it happens when it happens. Still waiting on the early F14, yeah, I know, right? The Alley Cat as well. A bit of a crosswind. Always feels like there is. Hey, I Draken. Oh, don't start me on the fucking Draken, seriously. Okay, guns armed and selected. Sight uncaged. We'll do the same thing, we'll get some altitude and then double back. We've got MiG-21 that's got it in for us, it looks like. Pair of MiG-21s actually that have got it in for us. Still 40 odd miles away though, so we got some time to climb. Well, hopefully, and from looking at the radar stuff they've shown so far, this is the case. Hopefully, when the Phantom MiG-21, when the Phantom's ready, it'll be really, really good. I'm hoping it can be a new standard for them. The Tomcat's flight model, while it does have some quirks, everything's flight model has quirks if you push it hard enough. It's a generally good flight model. It feels to me like I'd expect a Tomcat to in almost every situation. So the flight model was good. The systems on the Tomcat, hit and miss. Some of the systems seemed pretty well simulated, some of them didn't seem very in-depth at all. Particularly things like, and this is something with the Tomcat, I don't know if it's as big of an issue with the F-14, but the fact you can't pull the circuit breakers is kind of a problem for, like, if you want to call it study sim or high fidelity or whatever, because pretty much all the emergency checklist procedures involve pulling breakers. And a bunch of stuff the Rio needs to do also typically involves pulling breakers, so I'm curious if they'll be able to up the level of fidelity on the systems a bit with the F4. The other thing I felt people have always had a weak spot in, like their systems damage has generally felt pretty good. Like, you know, losing the gyro or losing the radar or whatever if you over-G the jet or whatever. You know, hide systems going down, that sort of thing. That's felt good, but their actual structural, aerodynamic, visual sort of damage, all of that has fallen down. You know, you just get very basic cheese grater textures and that's about it. You don't see bits and pieces falling off much besides the whole wing assembly. So I'm hoping that's something they can work on as well. So I feel like that's kind of somewhere they're getting left behind, but it would be nice to see. I mean, DCS damage models, particularly the non-World War II stuff, are all in need of work, but I feel like in particular, it's difficult with the, even with the Viggen, but especially the F-14, to tell what kind of damage state it's in, because it's just, the difference is basically textures, or maybe the wings or stabs falling off, that's it. I'd like to see a bit more visual feedback. A bit more, you know, handling changes as bits get shot to pieces. A lot of the older modules are like that too, like the 21 has problems where what it appears to be damaged by, or like, shall we say the apparent visual level of damage and the actual level of damage don't seem to sync up. Like, you look like you've got a couple of small, you know, 50 cal holes in your wing and the aircraft's acting like half the wing's gone. It's kind of irritating sometimes. 289 for 18. He's climbing up to me. .270 for 14. All the fighters except the Mirage are headed for me. This is fine. This is fine. Let's make sure the guns are off safe and ready to go, because we're going to need them here in a minute. 248 for 9.1. And he's low. .203. There's the merge. No joy yet. .036. 1.8. It's cold. Not surprising. Just zip past me. .001 for 3. He's just going to extend away probably. Yep, he's climbing away. Don't see him, but he's down there somewhere. And as I turn away and continue my climb, he will probably pull in behind me. Yep, 289 for 5.3. 205. Where is he? Zero 42 for 3.3 cold. I'm blind today, I can't see anything. Probably looking in the wrong place. More so than losing my actual feel for flying, I've lost my feel for where to look, which is the more dangerous thing. Because knowing where to look is like 90-something% of what makes you able to spot things in DCS more than any degree of dot this or dot that. It's knowing where to point your head. 048, 1.8. He's now... should be directly off the nose, slightly above. And yet I don't see... 066, I was slight right. Zero 82, 1.4, Angel 6.6. So yeah, he's still slightly above me. Feels like he's gone wide right-hand arc. Which means one of two things. Either he hasn't seen me and he's having trouble spotting me, so he's doing basically the same thing I am, or he's actually intelligent. He might be actually intelligent, because he's going to drop on me from in front. Problem is, I'm not getting any kind of good visual on him coming into the merge, and so once he blows through the merge, I'm chasing my tail. One. Yeah, I think he's just taking slashing attacks at me, which is fair. That's probably the best way to engage a sabre in a 21. So it can't really get in behind you and wreak havoc. 1 point. Oh, there you are. Now I see you. Come play with me. I want to hear these new gun sounds, although I'll take an aim 9 shot if I can get it. Might be sketchy aspect. Oh, we got him. What was that? Don't tell me he ejected or something. Oh, it's a bomb, I think, or his canopy? What the fuck? Oh. Controls locked up while pointed at the ground, not ideal. Hey, we finally got a kill. It only took us, what, 4 hours? 3 hours? 141. 4.9, flank right. I think I heard another sonic boom. 128, 4.2. Cold. Hey, gun. Just 7, so he's below. $114 for 3.8. 4.9 flank right. There he is. See, it's all about knowing where to look. Oh, fuck me, we're in a clusterfuck. This is going to be interesting. He's going to extend. He's already fast and he's pretty far for a 9B. If he pulls a little harder, maybe. Fuck it, we'll try it. I don't think that's going to catch him. He's too fast. Maybe? Maybe? No. Alright, well please turn with me at least. Six check. Nearly lost sight of him doing that. Come on, turn. 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 Please. Stick to dick, let's go. He is getting slow. Not quite slow enough, but he is getting slow. Come on, man, stick to dick. Oh, he's chasing somebody else. He might not even realize I'm here. This would be a good missile shot. Oh shit, there's another one there. Never mind. Easier target. Maybe? Yeah, easier target. This is where I've got to be careful with my throttle management. I have to tickle the air brakes a bit to not overshoot, I think, because he is quite slow. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, they did change the sound, yeah. There we go. A couple more for good measure. Oi! Whew. Well played. He's pretty fucked up though, I'd say he's probably lost his engine. Or his pilot killed. Maybe. Yeah, I think he's pilot killed. Alright. Vigan, hello. Hey, hey, buddy. Jesus Christ. Oh, Bro, that was my MiG. Come on, man. Right, where'd the other 21 go? That's the Vigan. If we turn with the Vigan, we might spot the 21, because the 21 will probably go for him. Be careful for AAA, although I think these are friendly ground units. There's a SAM behind us, that's probably going for the MiG, because I think this is a friendly airbase behind us. Splashed him. 268 for 4.8, that would have been him that just got splashed, probably. 018 for 19. Hot. That wasn't the MiG-19 that got killed. Or there were two of them. .184. 4.5 flank left. He's fairly low. He's gone for the Vigan. Thought so. Trail is the 19, leads the Vigan. Hey, Vigan, if you're on comms, just keep that turn up. I'm assisting. I think you got a third as well. He does have a third. There's another Vigan behind. Trailing Vigan's playing with his food a bit. Oh, never mind. There goes a missile. Good shot. Good kill. Yeah, this is the F-86. We got the Yugo drip. Although I should have the RAAF drip for this song. Bit of Aussie crawl. F84F. Not quite sure about that one, Chief. F86F, yes. F84F, Be interesting to have in DCS, but sadly no. 034. How dangerous are you against 21s? Not very, unless they're dumb. Thankfully, a lot of them seem to be dumb. So if they turn, I can pretty much easily beast them in a turn fight, unless it's Zach. Zach is actually scary difficult to kill, even with the sabre. If they extend away, I have a pair of really shitty aim 9s, although I fired both of them this sortie. So I can reach out and touch them if they try and fly away from me, but they're crap missiles, so the odds of an actual hit are pretty low. 341 for 4.7. Viggins, you got a 21 coming in on you. I'm on him. High to your north, direct north. Just fly a right hand or left hand circle if you can. I'll slot him behind. Nope, never mind. Good kill. Whoa! Jesus. Fuck, was that a teammate? It was a... Tomcat. It was a Tomcat. Yeah, first gen Sidewinders. He did apologize. That's something, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. Shit happens. When it's radar guided, that's when I get mad. If it's an IR missile, it's... He probably shouldn't have taken that shot, but we've all done it. Even Davies done it. Davies' team killed me at least once by doing that. On your right, I see ya. Oh, I love this song.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy.
The first stream I'm able to fly the MiG-23 for you guys, we're starting with this song. Or at least during the flight we're going to have this song. Auto start Andying? No.
Request rearming.
Of course not. I only auto start if I desperately need to piss and want to be started up by the time I get back, or if I legitimately don't know how to start the aircraft and I haven't got time to learn. Or like I've forgotten. And I'll only do it until I remember how. The Gar 8's just an AIM 9B. Same missile. Exactly the same missile.
Rearming complete.
Forgot you don't need to hold the switch for the starter in this, you just press it down once, it pops back to neutral. I'm so used to holding starter buttons and switches and things. Well, we got 2 kills at least, so that's something. We finally got ourselves on the board. Took me fucking long enough. Air brakes in. Flaps off-ish. Cigarette lighter plug? No. No, the Air Force is one of those places where they took a dim view to smoking in the cockpit quite fast. Meanwhile, I don't think they banned smoking in airliners while I was a kid. They still had smoking sections, I think. Or if they had, I remember they still had fucking ashtrays at any rate. And that, like, people would use them. Feels like fucking forever ago now. The horrors of aging. Okay, we'll get rid of the...
Chief, turn off the ground power.
Get rid of the ground power.
Copy.
Likewise.
Ground power is now off.
So there's Sabre there. And there was a single projector onto a screen for each section of seats. You didn't have, you know, screens in the seat back in front of you. So you were just at the mercy of whatever the airline's selection of films was for that flight. Which was sometimes a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. And then you had your little fucking in-flight radio channels with a headphone jack and a dial you'd twizzle to go through the different channels. And most importantly, for a kid who was into aviation, you could go up into the cockpit while the aircraft was in flight and chill out with the flight crew. They'd let you sit on the jump seat and talk to you, and you could watch what they were doing. One of my greatest regrets in life is that I didn't find a way to persuade my family to fly into fucking... Yeah, it's an F-14. Didn't persuade them to fly us into fucking Hong Kong while Kai Tak was open, because my honorary uncle, he wasn't an actual relative, but he was Mum's best friend's husband. He was the chief captain for Cathay Pacific for years. So they lived in Hong Kong on and off, and he would do the flights into Kai Tak. I really wish I'd got to sit in the cockpit with Uncle Roger when he did that. Really wish I'd been able to. It's like one of my greatest regrets in life is never flying into Kai Tak while it was open. Sorry about the brake check. Give him a minute to get clear of the runway. Yeah. I always find it surprising how long it took the Americans to start putting radar altimeters in their aircraft. Did they not get them until later or something? Like, I know that the Americans took a while to put them in their single-seaters. Is it just... Was that a conscious design choice or something? It just seems weird. The Soviets started putting them in their single-seaters immediately as soon as they got them. They actually, I think, got them off the Germans. Because if you look at, like, a late-war German radar altimeter that they used on some of their larger aircraft, it's identical to the early Soviet one of the MiG-15s. Yep, just about to close it. It's got the same little knob to switch scales and everything. Like I said, we've been over this before, but there's no shame in copying something that's a good idea that you don't have one of yet. Everyone does it, just the Soviets and Chinese get the short end of the stick for it for some reason. Alright, standing on the brakes and running up. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Sabre breaks off. Cheers for the single bit there, Pink Cube. Every bit counts, I suppose. A 1-bit cheer for my 1-bit brain. Have you been on the server much lately? I haven't, so I have no idea if you have, but... Curious what new and terrifying esoteric warfare methods you may have come up with in my absence. That's a beautiful sight. I think that Mirage is coming for us, Sabre, so we'll get some altitude and then turn in. You sure are. It's a beautiful sight. Of course I take a screenshot right as the fucking text box spam comes up. There we go. .302. Sabre, let's turn in. One thing I'll say about the Sabre is it feels quite slippery in the air, especially at certain speeds, which is, I don't know, it feels good. I feel like more aircraft in DCS could stand to be a little more slippery. Like, they shouldn't be hard to fly, but some of them just feel so stable, it makes you wonder. I think a lot of the problem is that DCS doesn't generally do weather, like even though the game does do rudimentary weather conditions, most mission makers don't use it. I know Enigma does, he usually puts in a little bit of a crosswind or a little bit of turbulence or a bit of both, but mostly because I complained about it and told him to do it. But, I don't know, certain aircraft, like this feels a little wobbly in the air now. The MiG-19 actually does too, which is a good thing. Like, aircraft that you need to trim a lot, Because in most planes in DCS, I feel like you can just forget the trim exists a lot of the time, and it doesn't really matter, which is not how it should be, especially in these older jets. These things, you're on the trim constantly. If you ever watch a video recorded in the cockpit of like the Romanian MiG-21s, when they were still in service, peace be upon them, the pilot's constantly hitting the trim. You can hear him hitting the switch, you can see his thumb moving non-stop. You fan of Finster? Finster's the, like, Minecraft streamer, right? That does the whole girl week thing? I don't know, I don't really watch Finn. My sole real exposure to Finster has been through people, like, resharing clip videos or whatever. I will say, Finn pulls off a dress pretty well. Better than I could. Much better than I could. Magic Circus flight of 2 F-86 currently southeast of Damascus, available for cap tasking. (330). No, it's not Ligma. Not sure who it is. I don't recognize the voice, but it's not Ligma. Sabre, I'm going to dial the power right back, so we're probably going to need to drop on this guy. Get some screens for the BRB slideshows. Thinking ahead here. Guns are armed. That could have been embarrassing. Dropping on him. Popping the brake saber. Saw something down there. 1-4's no joy yet. Should be over there somewhere. Could have been the 21 maybe. (327). Sabre, if you want to split off formation, just kind of hang around. Because probably one of them's going to dive on me. 21 on us, Sabre. Check 6, check 6. Good kill. One 4 coming right. Tally. Crossing behind my tail, Sabre. Down low. Over the 2 towns. One 4's on the L39. Alright, he's way on the deck. He might go in. Yeah, he went in. L39's down. I'm coming up in a left-hand circle. Yep. I think that was the F5 just passed behind me. Tally you. I see you, I'm on your right side. Shit. This is a bit of a clusterfuck. That's the F5. What the fuck? Is it Vigan shoulder shooting? Yeah, Vigan shoulder shooting. Two F5s of Vigan. God knows where fucking Sabre went. Sabre, you still up? Alright. You see that splash that just happened? I'm, yeah, okay. I'm gonna start tracking east just to avoid that airbase, just in case SAMs are up. That should be him, Smoky Boy. Yeah, that's him. Alright, we should have a 21 fairly close up our left somewhere. Zero 405. Pull harder. These gentle turns are not helping me out here. One 4's no joy on the 21. I see a Vigan or something on my front right. Whoops. 214 for 13. Okay, yeah, he's out of our range. Alright, Sabre, let's climb back up. The 21's out of our range. Sure. I see him. Sabre, see the power line moving away from us? Reference that, come left, yep. He's flying towards us. Oh shit! He may have got you, he's got 23 mil pods. Please do. Just be aware that Mi-8's got gun pods. It can carry them, but I don't know if it has them in this mission. Good kill. Mi-8's down. Gotcha. Yeah, track IR. It's a track IR 5. Had it for about, Jesus, 12, 13 years now, so I've had it for a long time. I've had to replace the clip a bunch because these things are really flimsy and they break all the time, but the actual camera is really good. Camera's good, software's good, clips kind of crap. 1-4 tally something smoking. I think it's the Albatross. He's still flying, but he's pretty fucked up. He might go in. Yeah, he's missing a wingtip and he's got fire coming out of him. Sure who that is, who's speaking there, but first time I heard his voice I got bamboozled. I thought it was Envy, because Envy's voice is very similar. I was like, oh, I didn't know you were playing, and then, oh, hang on, it's not. Albatross is down. Sam's active. Sam's active at Nazaria. Yep. Nazaria, Nazariah. Potato, potato. Be careful because I don't have an RWR, so I won't have a warning if that thing shoots at me. My warning will be when I explode. Su-25 there I'd like to kill, but he's just hanging around the airbase, so he's kind of off limits. Yeah. My countermeasures are ripping the stick back into my lap and praying to God. I pick up some altitude again. Wasting fuel down here. Watching an old US Air Force safety video about, you know, don't fucking fly hungover, do your proper flight planning, don't get blasé and, you know, and complacent and so on. It was an F-86D that it was centered around. It was quite cool. It was like one of those 20-minute, you know, Air Force instructional reels. It's really, really awesome. I do think an F-86D would be really cool to have. Most people would be like, ooh, we already have an F-86, but the radar makes it a fundamentally different aircraft, and it's got the fucking radar-cued rockets with the little drop-down gondola, which is that's the Air Defense Command gaming right there, the ADC gaming. Sorry, I hit the Mi-8 with you. You might have. You did pass pretty close to him, but he did hose 23 at you as well, so. Ever read The Right Stuff? I haven't, no. I'm uncultured. I might have a shit ton of books, but a lot of the common ones that everyone's like, oh, you've read this, right? Like, no. I've actually got, I got a book about economics recently, and Forgive Us Our Debt, or sorry, and Forgive Them Their Debt, by Michael Hudson, which is going to be very interesting, about how basically the modern financial system is a complete clusterfuck, and it's because we just memory hold debt forgiveness at some point in Christian Western history. We decided that wasn't cool and we weren't doing it, so now we live with the consequences. You know, us, this generation in particular, live with the consequences of that decision. So that'll be an interesting one, but I've got to finish what I'm reading at the moment before I get onto it. And then I've got... So Harry, because he's not as into planes, has told me that I can have his copy of the Gordonomicon about the Su-24. I'll just pick it up off him next time I'm in Melbourne, because he was using it for researching stuff for GHPC and for other potential projects. You enjoy the beginning. It does a good job of describing the 50s fighter pilot ethos. Yeah, that I could make an educated guess. It would be kind of similar to how I approach DCS. Just fuck it, send it. I still gotta get around to reading fucking Sled Driver as well. I do have it. I got it off a girl I was dating a few years ago, who was also into aviation. Brian JUL died just recently, like 2 months ago or something? 2-3 months ago, I want to say. I forgot I still got my missiles on board. 2, 3, 4. 6.6, he's going for a joust. He's got no R3Rs what to do it with. There he is. No boom, so he's subsonic. Oh, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, Chief? I mean, he's kind of near the sun, but... that might reach him. Oh, he's slow, man. That's got a decent chance. Maybe. Yep. Circus 1-4 splash 21. I really do need to fly this thing a lot more. It just feels so nice in the air. And there goes the second pop. I think that was him despawning. Still got a reasonable amount of fuel left too. The Sabre's got pretty decent endurance, even down low. Hey Veritech, good to see you, man. We're finally getting back into the swing of things in the Sabre. It took a large number of false starts, including a couple of embarrassing Gazelle sorties, but... you know, a Cold War plane is nice when Pom says it's fun to fly? Yeah. We got to get him back in the 19. I haven't seen him do anything in that for a while. I'm not sure if he's tried it with a new flight model yet. 354 for 28.1. Let's have ya. Think I'm really going to enjoy the 17? Yeah, likewise. The 17 should be so much fun. Even, like, without missiles, it should slap around a lot of the less experienced players in servers like this. They already turn with the MiG-15 and the F-86, now imagine them turning with something with an afterburner. It's not supersonic, at least in level flight, and it's still got a pretty pants thrust-to-weight ratio, but it's a better thrust-to-weight ratio than this has by quite a bit. So it's not going to suffer as much in the vertical. Should give you a lot more options, should retain its energy a lot better in turns. 3, 4, 6, 4, 17.6. I'm probably headed towards one of the... oh yeah, I'm headed towards Rene. I just got to be careful I don't fly into air defense. It's a big risk here. We're just slapping 17s with the F-100. The F-100 is going to be interesting. Either try the 19, what do they do? The FM? So the big FM overhaul was like a couple of years ago because they found a big whoopsie in the like the lift drag coefficient where it was like it had a double peak instead of a single. I don't know how that came about, but they fixed it and the aircraft suddenly flew a hell of a lot better. I went from struggling to tolerate it to really liking it. Made it really strong in sustained turns. He's behind me. We merged. The most recent set of changes was just to tweak the inertia, so now it's a lot bouncier. You have to trim. So if you don't trim, the nose will bounce around. It makes gunnery a lot more challenging. Makes it a little harder to dominate with, but it's still a very strong aircraft. It feels more like this now, more slippery in the air. Little stick inputs matter more. He's above me. I think we're just turning around each other. I don't see him, I don't know if he sees me. There he is. Don't black out, don't black out, don't black out, don't black out. He's a little wobbly, please extend away for speed. I'm just worried about trespassing into Ryak's air defense envelope here. Ah shit, there's another 21 coming. Circus 1-4 engaged, 2 MiG-21s near Ryak. That was not gonna pan out in my favor, I think. Swing and a miss. He's turning, so he's like I can get a guns kill here potentially, but I'm going to have trouble getting a missile shot, so we'll just go for guns. He might extend here. No. He's gonna... Oh, maybe. Too close for missiles still. I feel like he's baiting me for the other guy. He probably is. 6 check. And he changes direction. Oh, what are you doing, dude? Interesting maneuver. There's the fish flop that people complain about. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. Second guy got me. When I say I think I'm getting baited, that should probably be my signal to stop doing the thing I'm doing. Brain turn on, please. Although I feel like that's a very Ross thing, is I'll say, oh yes, he's baiting me here, and then I'm like, surprise Pikachu when he was indeed baiting me. I can see what he's doing, and I'll tell you guys I can see what he's doing, but I don't actually action it. Because the part of my brain that controls talking and the part of my brain that controls actually fucking acting are just completely disassociated with each other. I can kind of see why people complain about the fish flop thing. It is, you know, it can be irritating when you've got what you think is a good gun solution on somebody and they suddenly skip out of your view like that. But I should have seen that he was going to do that. He was already slow as balls in a climb. Like, I should have opened fire further out. Ultimately, it's an annoying thing, but it's an annoying thing you can fight. And if you... like, if that's what makes you miss an overshoot, it probably means you're opening fire too close. Now, having said that, I'm the kind of person that professes that you should not open fire until you can see the whites of their eyes, usually, so... it's just a... like, if you sense the guy you're fighting is the kind of person to fish flop, just extend out your gunnery distance a bit. That's it. Because the thing is, the fish flop is only advantageous in the fact that it makes you overshoot if you're too close. That's all it does. What it does is it bleeds him dry of energy. It makes him a sitting duck for anything else once he's finished flopping. Like, it's a really... it's not a viable defensive move, and as somebody who used to do it when they were a lot less experienced with the MiG-21, it would only work against somebody who would take the bait and get too close. If you were fighting someone that would kind of, you know, keep their distance and fly more conservatively, you would die. And even if you made them overshoot once, they would eventually get a good shot on you as they came back around. So I don't think it's a viable tactic, and I think it's kind of overhyped. It's annoying, I get it, but I think it's overhyped. I don't think it's like some exploit or cheat or whatever. Where the MiG-21's flight model does cause problems is at very low speeds. It can rate around a circle better than it should, as far as I know. I can't say with 100% certainty because I'm not a test pilot in real life, but according to the data I've come across, it sustains too many G and therefore too many degrees a second at very low speeds near the stall. But again, that's one of those things. If you're in a situation where that's an advantage to the MiG-21, it means you fucked up really bad. You should never be in that situation where the MiG-21's able to do that and actually outrate you. You want to keep your speed up. The biggest problem I have now is against MiG-21 pilots who can roughly hold even with me in a high-speed rate fight in the F5, and it's usually because I'm carrying too much fuel. I come into the fight with a shit ton of fuel, they're already through most of theirs, and so, you know, physics does what you would expect, and they turn just that little bit better. For what it's worth, an F5 that's down to like a third or a quarter of a tank or less will outrate a lot of things, up to and including an F-14. Like, the F-5, when it's on fumes, is a monster, especially if it's a cold day, nice dense air. Something that I didn't even... like, you just don't think about it until you actually see it, and then you're like, what is going on? You go back and check TAC view, and you're pulling, like, 17, 18 degrees a second sustained. Vietnam used the J6, the Chinese version of the MiG-19. and it was, I believe, the version with only guns and no radar. So it was like the Chinese equivalent of the MiG-19S. Let's say roam taxi.
Hey, what are you doing?
Whoops. Love to fight the F-100 and my MiG-19 likewise. The F-100's an interesting plane. It's a little faster than the MiG-19 in outright speed. I suspect the 19 accelerates a little better, because the 19's got just boatloads of thrust. They're quite interesting. They look outwardly similar. The F-100 is a lot heavier. Like, holy Jesus. The MiG-19's really light. Mikoyan fighters typically were. Fighters, not interceptors. The 25 weighed a fuck-ton. So the 19's lighter, it has much higher thrust-to-weight ratio in basically all conditions. And it has better turning capability, to my knowledge. I don't know exactly what the F-100's turn performance was like, but I know it was worse than the 19's, according to pretty much everyone who does, you know, have any experience in the matter. And it would make sense. It has less thrust, it weighs more, so it's going to struggle to sustain it quite as tight a turn as a 19 can. Veritech, don't you start. I saw what you tagged me in fucking vodka. Don't you start. I'll get the paddle out. In Enigmas? Yes, I am. I think Vietnam had a mix of Soviet MiG-17s and Chinese J-5s. I think their radar-equipped ones were Chinese J-5s. I think the non-radar-equipped ones were Soviet MiG-17s. The Chinese made a few slight changes, particularly avionics-wise, and things like cockpit layout, stuff like that. But I think structurally and aerodynamically, there were a few very slight differences. Stuff that wouldn't really affect their handling, but stuff that's noticeable. You know, like different arrangement of cooling scoops for onboard equipment and so on. '19 better in some ways than the 21, to a degree. It's better in sustained turns. It feels like it climbs better. It doesn't climb better, but it feels like it, just because it's, you know, you're not worrying about all the fucking induced drag off the delta as you pull the nose up. That's the wrong switch. It's an interesting aircraft for sure. Brakes on. Brakes release. Just using the toe brake sparingly here, because if I use the nose-wheel steering, I'll overcook it and I'll go straight into Sabre's F-86. Yeah, the BIS entered Vietnamese service 1977-78, so it was in time to fight the Chinese, not in time to fight the Americans. However, the MF was in service by 1970, late 69, early 70, depending on who you ask. So the MF at least saw service, and depending on how you set it up in DCS, you can kind of use the BIS for MF LARP. It's not 100%, but it's certainly closer than it is to an F-13. Yeah, and the one of the things with the MiG-19, and this is echoed through the MiG-21, the MiG-23, and the MiG-29, is the Soviets, particularly Mikoyan's fighters, the Soviets preferred light fighters, a lot of light fighters that were fast, agile, had good acceleration, didn't carry many weapons, but they didn't need to because of the way they planned to employ them. The Americans were often operating very far from home. They were often operating offensively. And so they needed aircraft that carried a lot of fuel, carried a lot of weapons. So you end up with physically larger aircraft. And the US as well, you know, just the situation they had where they had forces in Europe, they had forces domestically that needed to cover the whole country, as well as Air Defense Command. The US tended towards heavier designs with better autonomy. It's not the way that people think, like, oh, the Soviets slavishly followed GCI and the strong independent Americans didn't. The Americans had GCI too. Like, I've gone over this before on stream. Like, in Vietnam, the Americans had the Red Crown picket ships off the coast at Yankee Station. They had the GCI station at Da Nang. They had at least one EC-121 in theater at pretty much all times. They had sanitized versions of CIA intercepts of Vietnamese People's Air Force voice commands to each, like from the GCI's departments. They knew where they were, who they were going after. Like, they had ridiculous amounts of information to feed through to the US pilots. The idea that Western, particularly US pilots, are super independent, they didn't need support, it's a distortion of the actual fact, and the actual fact is their radars had longer range and they could better find their own targets to a degree, but they were still very much reliant on GCI. Pretty much everyone's aircraft back then were, because radar just wasn't that good yet. And even the good radars of the time were unreliable, or had issues with things like ground clutter or, you know, false returns in certain modes. So, like, even look at the Gulf War or Gulf War II. The US had enormous support assets. They didn't just have pilots flying around doing their own thing whenever they wanted. That's not really a thing. The closest I think we've seen to that in large-scale, not even large-scale, but in proper full-fledged air-to-air warfare would probably be Angola, because the GCI coverage on both sides was so poor. A lot of the time the pilots were operating visually. But, like, a lot of the engagements over the Middle East were GCI on both sides. Vietnam, GCI, both sides, just differently done. Yeah, the other thing is the US always has so many aircraft in theater that they run into the problem that they have to have very restrictive rules of engagement to avoid any potential friendly fire incidents, even when they're just operating themselves without allied nations. In Vietnam, they were operating with allied nations as well, which everyone forgets. Vietnam it wasn't really what I'd call a world war, but it was certainly a Southeast Asian regional war. Pretty much everyone who was anyone in Southeast Asia was involved. There's a cemetery just north, I think it is, of Kep Air Base, near Hanoi, for the volunteer pilots from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, who served alongside the Vietnamese People's Air Force during the war. The Americans served alongside, obviously, pilots from the RVN, the Republic of Vietnam. South Korean pilots, the ROK sent pilots. I believe Thailand sent pilots as well. Thailand was obviously used as basing for US Air Force aircraft, but I think they actually sent aircraft and pilots as well. It's a very big war. There were a lot of countries involved. Australia sent aircraft. We did send aircraft. I don't remember which ones. Pretty sure we sent Canberras. I think we sent possibly our Phantoms, which were stand-ins for the F-111, and I don't recall if our F-111s went there. Don't know if they were delivered by then. That's a beautiful sight. But yeah, the Soviets tended towards light fighter designs. where they'd only carry, you know, basically enough missiles to kill something and go home. So that started out as 2 Sidewinder, basically Sidewinder copies, that's what they were. The interceptors, the early interceptors with the beam riding missiles would carry 4. When they got semi-active radar homing missiles, the interceptors went back to 2 for the Su-15, 4 for the MiG-25. So typically Soviet fighters are quite lightly armed. Even the MiG-21, as we see from DCS, it was capable of carrying 6 missiles with the double racks. However, the double racks were in fairly short supply. They had lots of them, but never enough. Never as many as they wanted. And so the MiG-23 units got priority for those. MiG-21s usually made do with single launches for the R-60. So typically, even a Soviet MiG-21 would carry 2 or 4 missiles in service. Didn't they improve the 9B in some aspects when fielding the R3S? That is conventional wisdom. It's quoted in a lot of sources. I don't know how factual it is, because the thing is, a lot of sources, particularly Cold War era ones, tend to be inaccurate. I believe they did change some aspects of it. They used because they had to use a domestic motor, right? Because the original motor was burnt up. So they had a domestic motor, which I think was slightly different in its parameters. And then they had a domestic seeker. I don't know if it was better, but it was different, put it that way. "17 PF has missiles?" No, 17 PF is guns only. 17 PFU has missiles. It's like the MiG-19. It's the same thing with both. The PF has radar and guns. The PFU for the MiG-17 or the PM for the MiG-19 has only missiles, no gun. So it's one or the other for those aircraft. Completely different philosophies, absolutely. The Soviets, their air doctrine still... Jesus, a gyro in this tumbles easily. The Soviets very much kind of kept up the way they'd operated in World War II. A lot of Soviet doctrine for the Cold War was basically, yeah, World War II went well enough for us after we figured our shit out, so let's just do that again. Because the bulk of the Soviets' military losses were in the opening 6 months. Right, when the Germans were basically running roughshod over them. After that, particularly when the pendulum swung the other way, the Soviets were doing quite well. Yeah, amongst other things. Even if they hadn't had the purges, they would have still had problems, because a lot of their equipment was brand new and still in the, you know, in teething pain territory. That's the thing, is the Germans were very lucky with their timing. They caught the Brits and French at a time of massive mutual distrust. When the Brits were kind of like not at all prepared for anything. The French just basically wanted to not have World War I happen again, which is, that's a whole thing to get into, which I had before. The Soviets were in the middle of a massive modernization, so they didn't quite understand how to use their new gear. A lot of it didn't work properly yet, and then they had the purge as well, which did not help. So it's kind of... Hitler was very lucky with timing. If there's one thing you can say that he was actually good at, it was just being lucky. Between dodging assassinations and picking the perfect time to start World War II and not immediately get his shit wrecked. Like, there wasn't a good time for Germany to start a war and avoid getting its shit wrecked. It was going to happen no matter what, but he kind of caught everyone with their pants down, so to speak. It's probably the one time he overruled his generals where he actually had a better idea of what was happening than they did, in the sense that he knew that if they waited till 45, they wouldn't have much of a hope. The problem there being that if they, you know, start a war at all, let alone then, they're going to lose. So not starting the war would have been the better idea. But then again, it's a very complicated topic, which I should probably not get into while trying to fly cap. Similar to why Japan declared war when it did. It was not just because they wanted to do bad things and take over the world, but there's a lot of geopolitical shit in it as well, which is kind of mirrored in current events. Magic Circus Flight, ready for cap tasking roughly over Damascus. Yeah. Well, because they were getting sanctioned already, right? They had all kinds of trade embargoes against them. It's one of the reasons German steel was never good. Everyone goes, oh, German steel at the end of the war was crap. No, it was crap right from the start because they were under so many fucking embargoes. Japan as well. Japan started the war because they, you know, not just because of imperial ambitions, but because they needed coal, they needed oil, and they needed steel. And the US slapped a shit ton of embargoes on all of those things going to Japan, and the Japanese were like, well, we're going to have to fight the Americans, it's going to have to happen sooner or later, may as well be now. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? It's almost like sanctions and trade embargoes are more likely to start a major war than avoid one, or discourage a particular regime from doing something you don't want it to do. It's more likely to accelerate whatever they're doing. Sorry, 21 was it? Okay. We can do that. It's funny the Germans were so culture shocked by Soviet equipment because the Germans should have well known how advanced the Soviets were. They'd been cooperating in military exercises right through the 20s and 30s. That was kind of like what led to their fucking non-aggression pact, right? There's a lot of cooperation between them. You know, people make it into a political football these days. Fucking anarchists and tankies go at it over, oh, you know, well, Stalin was secretly a Nazi this or whatever. It misses the forest for the trees, which is that the Soviets and the Nazi Germany, well, even under the fucking Weimar Republic, but especially under the Nazi regime, were basically pariah states, and so they had nobody to go to for support but each other. And so it was expedient for both of them, even though they were completely opposing ideologies, to cooperate up to a certain point. They knew it wasn't going to last. Like, they knew it was going to come to blows sooner or later, but while they could, they made the best out of it they could. It's... What can I say? Realism happens to be the one geopolitical sort of analysis framework that actually is right more often than it's wrong. Turns out you can't always decide who your bedfellows are, so you just deal with it. Circus 1-4 getting EWR calls for Su-25. Do you want us to deal with that or just leave it? Gotcha. 065. Just worried he's going to bait me into Sam's. He's really close to the airbase. Yeah, I see something back there. It's probably you. We are possibly going to get engaged by Sam's here, so just keep an eye out. Oh, Su-25 behind me, Sabre. I'm blacked out. Please, 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 please be pointed upwards. Ah, I G-locked. Fuck. Lyrics. Yeah, it's a protest song from the 60s. It's about Governor George Wallace down in Alabama, who was a real piece of shit. That was... No, whoops. No, I G-locked myself trying to dodge that missile and went into the ground. If you want to hang around that area, I'll come back over. Oops, wrong button.
Request rearming.
Copy.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy.
Blitzkrieg Doctrine was inspired by Soviet Deep Operations Doctrine. Yeah, Blitzkrieg, as it, like, in itself, wasn't actually a coherent doctrine. It was a set of different principles to be applied. Blitzkrieg, as such, was basically an invention of the press.
Rearming complete.
Oh, it's because I haven't got power to it yet.
Power is now on.
You
There we
know it
go.
is an advantage to not G-lock yourself and yeet an expensive aircraft worth more than you will ever make in your lifetime into the ground.
Yes,
USA staff.
I'm aware of that, but unfortunately it was G-lock and cross my fingers or get deleted by a fucking R60. Or whatever it is they carry. I think they... Did the Su-25s carry R60Ms on Syria? I don't remember. G warm-up help in DCS? Supposedly, yes. I haven't really paid much attention to it either. I haven't really done it. But supposedly it does have an effect and it does help. Which is kind of weird when you consider that you can pull Gs literally all day in DCS and it doesn't, like, your body doesn't care. I really wish it had a fatigue system kind of like what IL-2 has. Not necessarily the same as IL-2, but something that at least prevents you from going into a fucking, you know, NASCAR race in your Hornet. Something that can make fights interesting. Oops, there we go. Be nice if I can make it back from a single sortie today. We'll see how we go though. Sam got me? Ah, yeah. Occupational hazard of trying to fly cat near their airbase, I guess. Well, at least it means we can fly together again, rather than have to wait. Hang on, let me... Whoops. Shit. Wrong button. Fat fingers. Okay, let me recenter my tracker so I can see my flaps. Oi oi. There we go. Make sure the air brakes are in. Notice, with the engine throttled right back, the hydraulic pressure goes to just about 0 just from moving the controls, because the pump's not running at a high enough RPM. You can still move them mechanically, because they're just high boosted, as far as I'm aware. They're not full hydraulic, but... Taking it with me. It's a good album, hey? Show off. Best kind of situation for a Sabre or MiG-15 on this server is, or an L-39 or C-101 or fucking Marchi for that reason, is if you can get into a furball, so you've got a bunch of distracted targets who aren't going to notice you slotting in behind them and are already turning and burning, so they're low energy, because you can just dominate that fight. If you're fighting a single opponent, they're aware of you. If they're smart, they just extend away. But if you can get in on a big furball, you can absolutely just sweep up. Running up. Brakes off. Force feedback. If you can afford it, it's worth getting. I miss having force feedback. It was so good, especially for like World War II planes and stuff. It was just beautiful. Technically, an A-10 attacking friendly ground units is very realistic, so thank you for adding to my immersion. Circus Fighter 2, Airborne Damascus, ready for cap. .30331. Oh yeah. Many such cases. Yeah, it depends. So I had, it was a Logitech one, not a Microsoft one, but that's what I had as one of the old 90s force feedback sticks. I burnt the motors out eventually. I wish I still had it, because I might be able to repair it if I did, but I don't know what happened to it. I think it got chucked at some point after I moved. But yeah, like, that was amazing for IL-2. I didn't realize you could spin a Spitfire until I got a non-force feedback joystick, because you could feel the aircraft didn't want to do it, and it would just, you would stop. Like, you knew how much you could ask of the plane, because you could feel it coming through the stick. It was so good. Screenshot moment right here. Of course the text pops up. Sabre's pretty good at flying form. I'm dog shit at it, but it's not too big of a deal if I'm flight lead, hey? Slightly off course, I need to correct left. Sabre caution right, airbase. Possible SAMs. It's circle left. I hung a left-hand turn. I'm just, see that wreckage to the south? I'm just passing over that, just above the clouds. Not very well trimmed, so I kind of climbed during that turn. Sabre, I'm going to make a left-hand spiral climb up to con altitude just to save fuel. You'll see me in a minute. Oh. Sabre, steer 050 and climb. Conning yet? Sabre, I was heading 050 from Rack. I should be either in cons or just about to be in cons. Someone just got team killed, I guess. Still just below cons. No, it's not. It's all text-based now, like on Tempest server. Yep. Yes, Sabre, that's me. Yeah, it was useful. I liked having, like, the ability to set a tripwire so I get an audio call at a certain distance and an actual audio merge call, so I know. It's harder to do with text. The update rate on this is much better. Like I can get much more frequent updates, so it's easy to keep track of people as they merge. But it's it doesn't wake me up as much when somebody does merge with me, because it doesn't give me a "hey, you're merged" call. Like, and I can't set a separate tripwire to warn me. I used to use the tripwire as a like commit distance for BBR stuff as well. Circus 1-4 committing into that big group of aircraft. Sabre, if you still see my con, I'm descending 030. Alright, keep him busy. Just watch out, there's a bunch more stuff in there. Circus 1-4 joining furball, blind. 6-2. Something. Oi! Fuck! That was not a good time for my fucking ailerons to lock up. Jesus Christ. Brown trouser moment. One 4 in a right-hand circle with a MiG-19. I think I'm on him, possibly. It's an F5. Sabre, I'm on the red 19 if you see him. There's another red. I'm on him. F5 nearby. And an A4. Jesus Christ. I think that might have been the 19 I merged with. I saw 2 smoke trails. Sabre, I see you. I'm just across the circle from that. Red Sabre, I'm in your 7. Oops. Sabre steering 140 for that MiG. It's big in. He's on the 21, I think. Oh yeah. Good kill. In the fucking clouds in the mountains. Oh man. No thanks. I think that was him. Uh-huh. Oh, no. He died. No, no line of sight, probably. Could be through a valley. Don't know if he crashed. We'll give it a minute and see if we get a call out. By a minute, I mean like 5 seconds. So 7-2. Circus 1-4, tally 11 o'clock, MiG-19 probably. It's a bit far. Good splash. Jeez, I can't get a look in. The Vigans are just cleaning up everything. You can move those windows around in VR though, can't you? So you could maybe like put it here over your gun sight base or something where you don't need to, like there's nothing behind there you really need to see. Could be viable. Sabre, if you're still up, I'm heading roughly east from that valley. 17,000 feet. North of Nazaria, which is down there. Coming in low. Five, 7. Be merged. But I don't see him. There he is. Oh shit, no, that's Sabre. Sabre Wim merge with a 19. One. 221 coming right. He's above us. I'm no joy. Tally. I'm on your low right. Take the shot if you got it. Good kill. Alright, we got a 21 that might be inbound. I'm your 7, 8. Slight low. I'm gonna hook around to the left. Correction, come right, come right. Close am I to show right? I'm okay here. I don't want to go much further to the north though. Circus 1-4, tally MiG-21, off the nose coming left. He's in burner though, we won't catch him. Sabre will merge MiG-19. Likewise looking for him. Across the circle from you. I think he blew past us. Tally 19. He's just above the clouds coming left. I'm behind him, Sabre. I think there's an F5 with us too, maybe a 21. Fucking cloud. Come on, pull harder, get slow. Yes. Yes. What the fuck is that? He's in the clouds, he's a bit wobbly. Coming down now. Yeah. He's still on the 19. He's dropped low. He's nearly spun out there. Yeah, just like cover for now, just in case something else turns up. He's on an F5. He's off. Figured out how to use a vertical. That was kind of a bad shot. It might... Nah. No way. Missile, 19 shot. Fuck. I'm still on him too. Hey Smooth, cheers to the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate it. Welcome everybody to the shit show. Likewise. I'm supporting, I'm in your 5. There's a 21 coming into this. Yeah, do it. There's a 21 coming in behind us. Yeah, yeah. Just do it. I'll keep this guy busy. Shit. Can't see. Is that him or is that... That's Sabre. 016. Shit. Circus 1-4 could use some cover. I need to RTB. I'm getting low on fuel. We're going to MiG-21 to 19 with me. I occasionally lose my shit. Depends what kind of mood you catch me in. But knowing DCS, there's probably a few people that describes. Whee! I think that was friendly. I think that was a big one. I hope that was a big one. Catch you later, Smooth. Thanks again for the raid, man. Good to see you. That's an airbase. I should probably not overfly it. I think that's An Nazaria. They definitely launched at something, hopefully not me. Fuck was that noise? What noise? Yeah. Sonic boom, maybe. I should be okay now. It's not concerning at all. I haven't been streaming that much, Smooth. I've been pretty busy, and I haven't done a lot of DCS for a while. Needed a bit of a break from it. was going to say I hope that's not an industrial target, but I think it's okay. Just got to watch out because I think I'm over the front line. Don't want to catch some AAA. Oh, I am bad no levels of fuel. That did not last as long as I'd hoped. I might have to belly it in the desert. This is not ideal. I should have climbed higher. We're kind of close to Aldermere. I wouldn't say we're within gliding distance, but... a reasonable amount of speed. If I just hold this speed, I should be okay for a while. There goes the engine, I think. No? Okay, I was just catching up to my throttle input. There goes the engine. Don't have enough altitude. We might have to go for the road. Oh, actually we might. F-86 coming in, Aldermere emergency landing. East to west. We still have some response out of the engine. Wait until I know I'm going to make it before I drop the flaps in gear. And then we're going to have to dump a lot of speed quickly so we don't overspeed it. Thanks. That's a little sketch. Still a little sketchy. Avoid the crater if we can. Standing on the brakes here. Try and get off the runway before the engine does die on us. Left some nice skiddies there. %3 fuel, Jesus Christ.
Requesting fueling. Requesting fueling.
Copy.
One full clear of the runway. was fucking close. Calling it there. Good flying with you, man, as always. I'll probably do 1 or 2 more sorties myself and call it. I don't want to go for too long today. I've already been going for 5.5 hours, so we might make it 1 more sortie. I wanted to RTB at least once, and we did. Barely. Does this have a trim indicator anywhere? Probably doesn't, right? Or it's buried in like some bizarre corner of the cockpit. I was thinking of jumping on. I saw you guys were on Helo World. I was thinking of jumping on, but I might try that server out off stream, and then I'll fly with you guys on there sometime. I have been meaning to fly with you this week. Or like this past week or so, but I've just been fucked for energy. Because like when you guys fly, it's late night, early morning my time. Trim indicators the light up top. Oh right, yeah, it's neutral light.
Rearming complete.
I'll call that good enough. Think we're done refueling and rearming? Oh, almost. Or are we? I think we are. We'll call it done. Left and right and see what happens to the light. It goes out. Well, I mean, it is out, but you know what I mean. Man, it's got a massive neutral range. Holy shit. Let's take off that way. Should be alright. Will we have enough runway? Hope so. A little wobbly. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. We've had mixed results today, as usual. Took me a few flights to actually get my eye in and kill something. We've got a couple things.
It's nice to be back in the F-86. It's been too long. Far too long. It was good, really good. Nice to have someone competent at formation flying to show chat how it's done, since they've seen my abysmal attempt at it. The gyro in this thing really is a piece of shit, huh? Okay, that's Aldemir. Oh, sorry, not Aldemir. That's An Nazaria. That's an enemy airbase, so I don't want to get too close to it. Just hook around here and climb. Actually, that's the town. The airbase is further up the valley. It's like up there somewhere, I think. There's the airbase. Not sure if those are for me or not, but we're going to assume they are. I think we're good. Hey, LaKayla. Good to see you. Doing some F-86 stuff at the moment. Yep, F-86, and we're rocking the Yugoslav drip. Pretty much full fuel, full sticks, good to go for cap. Zero 468. Same. Circus 1-4, tally 1 hind. Just worried about that airbase. It's going to drag me right towards it. Yeah, if I'm awake, I'll try and jump on with you guys. I might only be able to fly for a little while, though, because I've got a bunch of stuff scheduled for, like, mid-morning my time. So we'll see how we go. Failing that, I'll catch up with you during the week at some point anyway. But thanks for hanging out, man. I'll catch you around. Circus 1-4 tally both. 1 damaged. Try and get circled in behind him where I can get a missile off or get a good lineup with guns. But I think they're aware of what I'm doing, so they're turning kind of in a circle towards me. They're in a defensive circle. They're flying a defensive circle. One's flying over the town, one's flying back the other way. Yep, I'm focusing on the damage guy for now. It's a little close for comfort. 1-4 has wreckage by the town. Possible one of them went down. Probably going to run myself out of ammo pretty shortly. This one. That. I'm about to run in on the same guy. He's turning to face you. Guns are dry. He's damaged, so it looks like he might go down. Yep, he's in. Good kill. I'm sure. Magic Circus 1-4. Is there another helicopter around here, or is that all of them? Alright, Circus 124's RTB. Down to missiles, no guns. 29 incoming. Heinz have R60s on here? I don't remember. They used to, I don't know if they still do. I might quit while I'm ahead. I need to go get a drink and some lunch anyway. Water? Ugh, no. Get a cup of tea or something. It feels a lot like it. But it's not just because of my diet. I've got something going on with it. Don't know what, because it's not enough of a problem for it to get fucking diagnosed. Just means that once every 6 to 12 or 6 to 18 months I end up in hospital in like all-consuming pain. It's one of those fun things. Oh hey, they fixed that, so it's not pitch black anymore. That building over there used to have like some fucked up shaders or something, so it was just like a black hole. This runway looks okay to land on. I don't see anybody down there. Let's pop flaps out. That worked out a lot better than I thought it would. A lot better than planned. It's got to account for a little bit of crosswind. And not overcook it. Center lines are for nerds. Probably landed a bit hot. I don't remember what the landing speed for this thing is off the top of my head. It's probably like 120, 130 knots, something like that. But we came in at like a lot more than that. That's alright. We paid for the whole runway. We'll use the whole runway. We pulled more than 10G at some point in this airframe. I don't know when that was, but uh-oh. Didn't bend anything, at least. I really hope that feature from the F-15E gets implemented in more modules. I know it's like, you know, kind of a fuck around to backport it to other modules, especially non-Razbam ones, but it would be worth it. It's such a cool feature. And it gives you a much more realistic sort of consequence of getting over-enthusiastic on the controls and just immediately ripping the aircraft. Like, that's the thing. The way most DCS damage models work, the aircraft's either delivering the absolute maximum it can, or it's just ripped. There's nothing in between, so people like to min-max by riding the line. If you make the aircraft bend, and then become very squirrely and unstable, it should curb that a bit, and also give more inexperienced players a bit of a like advanced warning that, hey, you're going to break shit if you keep that up. Also gets blown over by crosswind. Oh fuck, that rules. That rules. Alright. That can go off. That can go off. That can go off. 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 There we go. Alright guys, I need to find someone to raid out to, but thanks for hanging out with me today. Appreciate it. I don't know what we'll be doing next stream. Maybe more DCS, maybe not. No idea. We'll find out together. Tentatively, I'll probably be streaming my usual time on Monday for Armor, and then something else after that. But I'm going to probably be away from home through the middle of the week. And I'm not sure when exactly I'm going to get back. I also may end up skipping a stream or two just to get shit done. So I've been kind of pressed for time lately. Bear with me, it's not cooperating here. Come on, man. Bruh. Okay. I might have to do a very scuffed raid here if this doesn't start cooperating in a minute. So DCS has been running really well, except for the brief stutters when I come out of the F10 map. However, the Steam overlay, which I'm trying to set up the raid through, so I don't open my browser and nuke my PC, is not being quite so cooperative today. So it might take a minute. Anytime this century. Twitch, anytime this century. Oh. I think I know what we'll do here. If you just give me a second to get it set up. There's a couple people on that I'd like to raid, as usual. There's either nobody or there's like 5 different people I really want to drop a raid on. But I see one specific person who I haven't caught up with in a long time, and they're playing a game which I haven't played for a long time, but really enjoy. And that is Fly Hawaii, who is playing Space Engineers. So in just a moment here, I will be sending you guys on the way to see Fly Hawaii. Assuming Twitch actually cooperates with me, which it doesn't look like it wants to. There we go. I think that's gone through. I hope that's gone through. If it has, then I can't see it. Yes, okay. Finally. Thanks again for hanging out with me today, guys. Appreciate it. I know it's been a bit spotty late with streams. Get used to it. It is what it is. But I will hopefully see you next Monday. And until then, stay safe, wherever you may be. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and enjoy Fly Hawaii. Catch you guys on the next one.